Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next church on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? The people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
I don't know if it's possible to cut it closer than I just did. First of all, I'm late. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, my goodness. All right. Happy Monday. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for joining me. I'm just trying to put my studio together. That's it. Don't look at my password, guys. All right. Let's get rid of that. Good morning. Welcome. I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm late. Sorry, we're here. All right. I think we're all connected now. Let me just say, I took this camera angle. My finger was headed down to push the button, and that's when it came on. I've been rebooting this camera, trying to get it to work. Also, I've had to sort of put everything back together. I did a little graduation thing over the weekend as well. Used some of my equipment. And I think I left a crucial cable somewhere. I've got to find it, but I found a spare and got it all wired up. We're here now, either way. And it's Monday, and we're back to Karen Reed today as well. This is going to be a short day for us just because of the kids that were testifying, which the judge ruled cannot be shown on camera. So that's a part we're going to be skipping over because there was nothing to see during that time. But let's see. First and foremost, that's not it. Sorry, that was so bad. It was going to be a great Monday, but there we go. I've got to say congratulations to Kelly. Kelly first in chat today. Kelly, thank you very much for being first in chat. Somebody has to do it. Today it was you. We're all excited for you, but we're still going to punish you with internet ownership because this sort of crime cannot go unpunished. Breaking the silence of the morning like you did with that. Hi. We're going to send it to internet ownership, which means you have to maintain, care for, troubleshoot, and mostly it's the taking the calls that's the hard work for everybody worldwide with everything internet connected. So if they have problems, you have problems. Kelly, good luck with that. But thank you for taking one for the team. We appreciate that. Let's see. What else do we have? Probably birthdays. Oh, first, before we do birthdays, we'll give them just a second. We'll do just a second on the birthdays. Over the weekend, why am I saying Travis? There's nothing in my head that should be Travis right now. Is there a Travis in chat somewhere? I don't know. Travis just jumped in my head. So Travis, hey, if you're out there, I was thinking about you, bud. Chad Daybell. Thank you, Lois. A little prompt from the back row there. Chad Daybell was sentenced over the weekend. The jury reached a verdict on Saturday. I want to thank a big thanks to our mods and to Adam Nuske. One of the longtime supporters of the program here, one of the OGs as well, was kind enough to step in for me and run that live stream from his computer over through StreamYard, which made it all possible. Because I went to the beach, guys. I went to the beach, and somehow came back with poison ivy. How does that work? How do you get like poison ivy? You can barely see it. It hurts a lot, guys. It stings real bad. I got like there and there. How do you get that at the beach? I can't figure it out. Anyway, had a lot of fun down at the beach. Hopped on a little boat, did a little science trip to I think we went to Shackleford. They call it Shackleford Island. It's just a pile of sand. with some trees growing on it. I guess that makes it an island, but it's part of the barrier islands there. And it was fun. My son caught blue crabs. We caught blue crabs using a little hand line and a fish head, and he caught 2 at a time, which was really cool. Blue crabs are nasty mean. They're like wow, wow, with their claws. They'll tear you up. They don't care how big you are. Anyway, we did that. We caught some hermit crabs. Basically, it was just studying the ecology and the biology and sort of everything that goes on an island out there, and why it's important to this, scientifically wise, for the environment. A lot of fun. Kids loved it. Found some great shells. Had a good little boat ride. It was great. And in the meantime, Chad found out that he was sentenced to 6 life sentences. 6. So that's one more than 5 for those of you that are counting. So it looks like they pretty much threw the book at him, and so that he becomes one of just a handful of people on death row in Idaho. But there you go. So thank you very much to all those who watched it over there. I appreciate you, and to all the mods, and Adam, who is technically, I think Adam is a mod on the Top Mark channel. But anyway, great job, Adam. Appreciate you. He got the death penalty. Yes, he did. Did I say life sentences? Oh, death sentences. Life, death. It's all connected. I said life, but it's death row. Thank you very much for the correction there. All right, we do have a few birthdays to celebrate today. Thank you very much for putting this together, Sharon. We have Crystal, Caleb, Tristan, all celebrating today. Let's see, Red Pen and her hubby. We're celebrating the 39th wedding anniversary over the weekend. Red Pen, congratulations. That is awesome to you and your hubby. That is great. Let's sing together for Crystal, Caleb, and Tristan. On Friday, I did I popped in over on another live streamer's channel.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
I think it was Friday night, for a little birthday celebration, and sang to Danny on Direct. Little different stream over there. I'm sort of glad I bailed when I did, because it went off the rails. Oh my goodness! But it was a lot of fun. I am hoping to get to meet up with Danny when I head out west. We were hoping that we'd meet up around the time of the Corey Richens trial. But anyway, an easy, good question. So does that carry over with reincarnation? Yeah, he's this life and the next 5. He's over. He's over. All right, let's do the birthday song. Warm up with me. Ready?
Is the next church on February?
That's the wrong button. La 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 la. It's Monday, guys, all over again. Okay, raise your voices to sing these wonderful people. Crystal, Caleb, and Tristan. Shoulders back, blend your voices with your neighbors, dancers at the ready. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Crystal, Caleb, and Tristan. Happy birthday to you. That was terrible. Oh, man. Crystal, Caleb, and Tristan, I'm sorry your birthday fell on a Monday this year. But that's about the best I have to offer today for you. Thank you very much for celebrating with us. We realize there are many places you could be, but here you are, and so we're celebrating. Thank you very much. Make sure you help yourself to the free pancakes at Denny's while they're still in business, because you never know what's going to happen down the road. Adam did a job. Thank you, dancers, everybody. That was wonderful. 3 birthdays to kick off the week. That is a great start. We are... I know we're a little bit late starting the Karen Reed trial. We normally would be watching the video by now, but it's such a short day. I don't think anyone will object by the time it's time to end. Does that make sense? But happy 16th, Tristan. Happy 16th. Tristan, is a driver's license in the future for you, Tristan? Melissa's saying maybe not. All right. We are, we'll fade this one down. Crystal, it was your 38th birthday yesterday, or what do you say? Is 21 for the 17th time? Is that how it works? Congratulations, Crystal. Happy birthday yesterday. Hope you had a great day. It was beautiful weather where I was. Hopefully you got beautiful weather as well. Let's see. Greenas is keeping track here. Says Karen and Corey, Chad and Travis, life not death. Not a good start to the day. Yeah, that's 3. Greeners. I think that's 3 strikes. I'm pretty sure I just have to turn this over to Adam now and say, can you run the show for me this week as well? But, oh, here we are. Yes, please. My kids made me muffins, blueberry muffins for this morning. So I'm excited. And they're going to get me a glass of milk, which is the proper beverage to drink with muffins. All right, let's see. Paula Mack says, Lee and I got a small hot tub yesterday. No neighborhood parties in it yet. You spelled yet wrong. So apparently talking about hot tubs made everyone think about it. So I was talking with my wife, Mrs. R.A. Her name's Jen, by the way. I was talking with Mrs. R.A. over the weekend about how we're going to do the live streaming while I'm on vacation. And we're still trying to cancel our airline tickets so we can drive across the country. And I'm not sure. I'm debating. There are a few things. Because we're going to be driving all day, I can't really be looking at a screen and live streaming. So we could either do us listen to court cases in the car while we drive, and then me do a wrap up that evening when we get to the hotel. We could live stream the cross country road trip. And by that I mean we're talking a little map on screen that shows where we are, and a picture, looking out the window, maybe a couple cameras, angles. We have the technology to do all that, so that would be fun. Oh, thank you. Put this somewhere where it won't spill. But definitely the second of the wrap-ups, Steve. So there are a couple things we're debating. Obviously, if we're live streaming our trip across the country, we'd probably have the sound off unless we're talking. I mean, it would just be the road, because you guys hearing my kids yell, "Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Stop! She's breathing my air. So and so's in my space." For 4 or 5 days straight would be a little much. Okay, that's not fun to watch. But anyway, we'll think about that a little bit as it gets closer, because that's going to be in August. We can do an extended, not relevant podcast. Yeah. Anyway, it's going to be fun. We're going to, either way, I think for me, I've never driven across the country before. There are many states, like a whole handful of states I've never been in before, that I'm excited to see on the ground. And I've got like my fingers crossed. I think I can do this whole trip without a speeding ticket. But that's, now that I've said it, knock on wood. Oh, this is carbon fiber. There we go. Little wood. Ouch. Anyway, it could happen. I could make it across country without a speeding ticket. We'll see. Not that I speed a lot, but when I do speed, I tend to get caught. Next up, let's go straight to Karen Reed. Are you guys ready? Because we've got Brian Higgins still on the stand. How many days will it take you, Karina? 4, but we're going to go over a weekend, so it would really only be like 2 days of 2 weekdays or so. Depends, because my wife's going to drive anyway. She might go with my second oldest son. If they do it, they'll take 5 to 6 days. But if I do it, I like driving more than they do. And I can drive later at night and things like that, so we can sort of stretch out the trips and make it a little quicker as far as number of days go. Driving cross country is awesome. We've done it here in Canada. Have you done it with 6 kids? We'll only have 5 with us, but 5 kids. We are still a day behind. That's why we need to get started here. Brian Higgins still on the stand. The spiciness is not over. Let me see if I can actually get the spicy meter back up. Did I break it? Let's see. Let's see if this one works. There's the psi meter, the seismograph. I'll have to rebuild. Oh, man. Okay. I broke it, but I'll fix it. I promise. All right. Anything else we need to cover this morning before we start? It took 18 hours with 3 kids. Was my limit. Did it once, never again. We have the technology. What it would take, just a quick overview. Obviously, if we're just going to do live streams from the hotel, that's pretty easy technology. If we're going from the road, I need to have one switcher. Actually, it wouldn't be this switcher. It would be the smaller switcher, just the 4-channel. I would have a GoPro mounted to the dash, or outside the vehicle. So that's going to be our road view looking forward. Probably another GoPro in the car that we could turn on or turn off that would give you a view back at us. Then we would have, and both of those would have to be on like battery power, like an inverter. Then we'd have an iPad that's connected to the internet that has our actual location, physical location, so you could see a little map overlay of where we are at any time. And then lastly, I think that's it. Maybe some mics. It's basically a storm chaser setup. Oh, no, we would need the live view. So the live view would be doing the bonded cellular. So even when we're in the middle of nowhere, we'd have a good signal, pushing the signal out. So, all right. Let's get started, shall we? We've paused long enough, and I want to eat these muffins. So let's do this. Is it working? It is. It's just slow.
Jim.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
Jim, tell counsel to come over. All right, we're starting off the day. Remember, Brian Higgins is still in the stand where we left off. Steve, I'll check the text. Okay. Thanks for the heads up.
Versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Giannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, jurors. Before you are unmuted. I just want to mention that Attorney Jackson is not here today. Please don't consider that in any way. Certainly don't hold it against Ms. Reed for him not being here. Just don't consider it at all in your deliberations. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? No. Everyone said no. Thank you very much. All right, let's bring Mr. Higgins in, please. And Ms. Giannetti, you'll be taking over?
I will, Your Honor.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, you provided to investigators what you claim were the complete text exchanges between yourself and Karen Reed and yourself and John O'Keefe, correct?
What I provided was the complete, I let them know that it was a complete exchange between myself and the defendant. And I said that I may have had other text strings at other times with Mr. O'Keefe.
I'm going to proceed to ask you a series of questions which call for a yes or no answer. Can we agree that you'll answer yes or no to those questions?
If I can answer yes or no to the best of my ability, I will.
All right, I'm going to keep the questioning very simple, sir. Okay? You did not provide to investigators any other text messages between you and anyone else.
That's correct.
In September of 2022, you were served with a preservation order for your phone, were you not?
Yes.
After September of 2022, you never received anything in writing that canceled or lifted that preservation order, correct?
That's correct.
After September of 2022, you made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you threw the phone away, you did a factory reset of it, did you not?
No, I did not.
Well, you've previously testified that you testified in another proceeding on June 1st, correct, of 2023?
Yes.
Prior to that June 1st testimony, you met with some people and gave a statement on May 5th of 2023, did you not?
I did meet with them. I don't know if that was the date.
Okay. It was prior to June, correct?
Yes.
All right. May 5th doesn't sound wildly inaccurate, does it?
No.
And when you met with those people on or about May 5th, we'll say, or whatever date it was prior to June 1st of 2023, you told them that you did a factory reset of your phone ending in 5421. Did you not?
I don't recall that. No, I don't recall making that statement.
You don't recall what you said about the factory reset during that interview, we'll call it, in May of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Direct your attention to the first highlighted line there, sir.
Why don't you give him a second?
If you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done. May I approach?
Yes.
Having read that document, sir, does that refresh your memory about telling those people in May of 2023 that you did do a factory reset of your phone?
That's not accurate. I did not tell them that. And I also didn't tell them that I saved texts with my father.
All right, so your testimony is that they got it wrong, correct?
My testimony is I didn't make those statements.
Your testimony is that they got it wrong, yes or no?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, in any case, you took the SIM card out of your phone, correct?
No, what I testified to was that it's...
Did you take the SIM card out of your phone, yes or no?
I don't know.
Did you testify that that's what you do when you get rid of phones, sir?
What I said was that might have been the extent of it if I was to have done that.
And you either cut up the SIM card or ripped it up, correct?
I believe what I testified to was I would have...
I'm not asking you what you testified to. I'm asking you today, did you either cut up the SIM card or rip it up?
Cut it up or broke it.
Okay. And you will agree with me that cutting up or breaking the SIM card destroys the SIM card, does it not?
The card itself, yes.
That would have been the purpose in terms of cutting it up or ripping it up, to destroy it, correct?
Well, so nobody else could use the phone.
Well, that was my next question. But
in another phone.
But the purpose of cutting up or ripping up or the SIM card is to destroy the SIM card, is it not?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure that somebody couldn't put that SIM card in their phone and potentially access your data, correct?
No, that wouldn't be the reason why. Okay.
Well, We already talked about the fact that you testified under oath on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And you were under oath when you were testifying on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You swore to tell the truth?
Yes.
You raised your right hand?
That's correct.
And June of 2023, June 1st of 2023, was about a year ago, correct?
Yes.
It was about a year closer to your throwing your phone away, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony that you gave in June 1st of 2023, did you say the following, quote, "I made sure that somebody couldn't put it in their phone"?
Yes, I did say that.
In fact, by either cutting up or ripping up your SIM card, you also knew that that SIM card couldn't be put back in your phone either, correct?
Yeah, I believe that would be correct.
And you'll agree with me that you took that destroyed SIM card and put it in a trash bag, did you not?
I believe it went in a trash bag, yes.
Well, you used a passive voice. It went in a trash bag. Did it fly out of your hand unexpectedly into a trash bag, sir?
No, sir. It would have been disposed of with the phone.
No, I understand. But are you reluctant to say that you put it in a trash bag, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you reluctant to say that?
No, Your Honor. I put it in a trash bag. Oh, with my trash.
And then you also took your phone, now without the SIM card, and you put that in the trash bag too, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Then you drove to a military base and you threw both the destroyed SIM card and the phone into a dumpster, did you not?
Well, I was cutting through the base, and I believe how I testified
Did you drive to a military base, sir?
I was cutting through a base, yes.
Did you drive to it?
Yes, sir.
And then you put both the destroyed SIM card and the phone itself, which were in a trash bag, into a dumpster on that military base, did you not?
I believe that's what I did, yes.
And as you were driving away, you knew that that destroyed SIM card and the phone would be gone forever, correct?
Yes, I threw it away.
And before you drove away, you did not transfer anything from your old phone to the new phone, correct?
That's correct.
You lost all of your photos on that phone, did you not?
Whatever photos I had on there, I did, yes.
You lost all your videos on that phone, did you not?
To the extent if I had any.
You lost all of your other text messages besides the ones that you had with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew that you did have text messages on that old phone with Kevin Albert.
He's a friend, most likely.
You also had text messages on your phone with Nicole Albert.
Most likely, yes.
And you had text messages on your phone with Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was important to you that no one see those text exchanges that you had with those three members of the Albert family.
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
No, sir, that's not true.
You took no steps to preserve those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
You did not ask your friend Matt Kelch, the agent, to help you extract those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
And when you went to that machine, you did not extract them yourself, did you?
He walked me through it. I did do the extraction.
You did not extract the 3 strands of text messages with Nicole Albert, Kevin Albert, and Brian Albert to preserve from that machine, did you not?
No, I did not extract those.
So the only place you knew they existed was on your old phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The same phone that you put into a dumpster on a military base with a SIM card removed from the phone and destroyed, correct?
Well, I did throw the SIM card and the phone on the military base.
Right, and the SIM card was destroyed. You've already testified to that.
I said to the extent of if I did that, I would have done that.
And we're talking about the actual phone that would have had your text messages, again, with Brian, Nicole, and Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes, because the motion was denied.
Well, you've already testified, sir, earlier that you never received anything in writing that either canceled or lifted the initial preservation order, correct?
That is correct.
You knew when you were throwing that phone and the destroyed SIM card in the dumpster that from that day forward, no one would ever be able to access the content of what you and Brian Albert had discussed by text messages on your old phone, correct?
Anybody.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Lally?
Wow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
1 year ago, Letitia Stauk. Thank you out in the butt with Diane.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
If I could take you back just for a moment to January 29th, early in the morning, you're pulling away from the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And you had the plow down in the front of your Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
Initially, it was still on the ground, yes.
And about how long distance, again, was that on the ground before you pulled that up?
Maybe a foot.
And with relation to the curb, specifically in front of the area with the flagpole and the fire hydrant, how close to the curb were you when you were pulling away from the Albert house?
I believe I looked both ways. There was no vehicles coming in either direction. I pulled out into traffic, and because that's a one-lane road, if there's no other vehicles, I'd be more to the center of that road.
Now, maybe a silly question, but with reference to the front of your Jeep Wrangler, that didn't have any red plastic pieces or anything like that on the front of it, correct?
At what time? At what point?
At any time?
No.
At what time?
And that's the same Jeep Wrangler that you then drove to the Canton Police Station immediately after?
Directly from there, yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to your home in West Roxbury?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to Fairview Road later on that morning?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station again later that morning, correct?
Yes.
Now, the text communications between yourself and Ms. Reed, again, who initiated those?
The defendant did.
And that was on January 12th, 2022, correct?
About 8:23 in the evening, I believe.
Now, with reference to that, what she claimed happened in Aruba, that was something that she mentioned to you via text, correct?
The incident itself, I believe, was through text, but I believe the actual location was when she had stopped by my place in West Roxbury.
So that's to my point. So, sir, with regard to the incident itself, she referenced that both via text and in person to you as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And the kiss that she planted on you in the garage at Mr. O'Keefe's house, that was again something that she mentioned both in text and verbally in person, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as the ghosting that you were asked questions about last Friday, there were some text messages between you and the defendant on January 19th, correct?
What was the date? I'm sorry?
January 19th.
19th?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall if there were any text messages between you going either way, between yourself and the defendant, between January 19th and January 23rd?
I think there were, not 100%.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 104A.
You guys, I am having trouble with the both the seismograph and the spicy meter this morning. I'm not sure if we're going to have those today.
Direct your attention to the back there, specifically the back page, but a little bit before that. If you could just let me know whether or not there's any text messages between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, between January 19th and January 23rd.
Yes. Looks like the 19th and the 23rd, both text messages.
But in between those dates, and what I'm asking about is January 20th, January 21st, January 22nd. There's no text messages on any of those dates, correct?
I don't see any.
And then as far as between January 23rd and January 28th, January 28th is when you texted her while you were both within the waterfall, correct?
On the 28th, yes.
So between the 23rd and the 28th, so on January 24th, January 25th, January 26th, January 27th, you didn't send any text messages to her, you didn't receive any from her, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And then beyond that one text message that you testified to on the 28th, the next text message you received from the defendant was in regard to John being dead on the 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you asked some questions about these text messages and whether or not you discussed them with various people. Did you discuss those text messages with anyone?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And why not, sir?
To be honest with you, I mean, on a personal level, I kind of keep things to myself. I was a little embarrassed. Wasn't really proud of him. Kind of maybe didn't show me in a good light with respects that I was John's friend.
And so with regard to that text on January 28th that you had sent her in the waterfall, she didn't respond as she was in the waterfall with her boyfriend, Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if the defendant did not have a boyfriend, wasn't dating Mr. O'Keefe, would you have been interested in pursuing anything further with the defendant?
I can't say. I don't know.
What, if any, reservations would you have based on the conversations that you had?
Just everything was so out of left field. I just found it hard to believe.
Now, with reference to going to the Canton Police Station after Fairview Road and moving the vehicles around, which is closer to the Canton Police Station? Your home in West Roxbury or the home on Fairview Road?
The home on Fairview Road would be.
And with the impending weather, why was it that you went to the Canton Police Station to move the vehicles around on that occasion?
Because as I stated before, if I didn't do it then, I would have had to come back in the morning. And I knew the weather was going to be getting worse. I knew that I had a long day. I had been in New York. I had been out the night before in New York, and I just thought it was best to get them moved at that point.
Now, you were asked some questions on Friday about a phone call or something in a call log from about 2 o'clock or 2:22 in the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that?
I recall the questions, yes.
And you have an iPhone, or you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you make a call on an iPhone, as you sort of place that call, you hit the button, there's sort of a timer that comes up and it starts counting off seconds as the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
And so seconds are ticking off while the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And if a call is connected, then it starts ringing, and unless someone picks up immediately, there are further seconds that are ticking off on an iPhone while that call is ringing through, correct?
I believe so.
The objection sustained is to the form.
That was leading.
You were asked some questions about a call or a call back between yourself and Brian Albert around that time frame. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were trying to explain sort of what your answers were in that prior proceeding in reference to this, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you want to explain to the jury in regard to that?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
You were asked some specific points as far as your testimony in a prior proceeding, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you say in reference to that in the prior proceeding?
Objection.
Sustained is to the form, Mr. Lawler.
Did you ever speak with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Do you recall making a call or receiving a call from Brian Albert around that time?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions on Friday regarding key card access within the Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that door that you utilized, you would testified on Friday that you would sort of park down towards the back and then come in through the Sallyport area, is that correct?
So I believe I was referring to one of the two Sallyport doors.
And that was sort of your cut through in order to get to your office?
Yes.
Now, with reference to that particular area, as far as going in and out from the parking lot of the Sallyport, does the key card, do you have to swipe a key card in order to go in and to go out?
So sometimes if you're close to the door, maybe having a conversation with somebody, it could activate the key card itself. But physically, if I'm going into the door, I would take it out and I would swipe it. I would hold it to the card reader. Some are more sensitive than others, is what I'm trying to say.
And similar to when you're going in, when you're going out, does that require sort of swiping or using the key card in order to go outside?
So there are some doors that you need to swipe out of, and I believe the booking room and the Sallyport itself are doors such as those.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you a document you have placed on for you. If you could just take a look at that and look up when you're finished. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Is that the same document that was essentially the same document that was placed before you on Friday?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a 167-page document encapsulating different key swipes within the Canton Police Station on January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And from those 167 pages, at least on that first page, does there appear to be about 27 entries there?
Yes.
And so from 27 entries over a course of 167 pages, that'd be somewhere north of 4,500 entries within those 167 pages. Does that sound right?
Well, I went to public high school, but I'll take your word for it.
Would it surprise you that there are 18 entries within those 4,500?
So not what would surprise him. Ask the question differently, Mr. Lillard.
You know that there are 18 entries that contain your name within those records?
Objection. Form of the question.
No, I'll allow that.
Are you asking me if in the 167 pages, there's only 18 entries with me?
Yes.
I did not know that, no.
Would that surprise you as far as your, well, let me rephrase that for a minute. Now, with respect to your travels around Canton Police Station on that particular day, would you quarrel with 18 entries as far as where you went and what you did in Canton PD that day?
No, in and out, nope.
Now, sir, with respect to your phone, you were provided notification in regard to a preservation order in regard to your phone sometime in September of 2022, correct?
I received a subpoena on September 30th, 2022.
And that was in regard to a hearing at which counsel for the defendant was seeking your physical phone as evidence, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding, or were you informed after that date, sometime in early October of 2022, that that motion had been denied?
So I believe it was October 21st of that year, I was made aware that that was denied on actually October 5th.
Are you aware of a 30-day period by which a defendant has to file some sort of notice of appeal of a motion?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I know typically there's appeal periods. In this particular sense, I wasn't familiar with the preservation order itself. What a preservation order was with respects to, that was kind of all new to me. Usually in an investigation that I'm conducting, it's a search warrant, I take the phone. I don't ask people to preserve it through a court order, if that makes sense.
And so when was it that you disposed of your phone?
It would have been, it was about 2 months after that.
And why was it that you disposed of the phone?
Because it was beaten, it was broken up, and I had already had a new phone, and this only explanation is I threw it away. That's it.
Now, beyond sort of this case, what, if anything else, was going on with reference to your personal phone that led you to want to get rid of it?
So in July of 2022, I had a target of an investigation I was working who alleged that he called me on my personal cell phone, and when I questioned him as to the fact how he obtained my personal telephone number, he told me that his girlfriend had obtained it off of open source internet, which I later confirmed that number was out there.
What, if any, concerns did that raise for you, sir?
Well, I had a lot of concerns, and that's, so July of 22 is when I probably started thinking about, you know what, I got to get rid of the telephone number itself.
And a lot of the work that you were doing, at least at that time, was undercover work, is that correct?
Before this case right here, yes.
Now, as far as the SIM card that you're talking about, do you have any specific memory of doing anything with that SIM card?
No, and that's how I testified in that other hearing, that to the extent of what I would have done is I would have cut it up or broke it. And the concern would be that to my understanding, that's not holding any photos, that's not holding videos, that's not holding my contacts, it's holding phone information itself.
And as far as photos or videos or what, if anything, like that, did you even have on your phone?
I didn't have much, in the sense that I'm divorced, I don't have kids, I didn't have the typical memories that somebody would have had on their phone that they wanted to preserve. They were more like the text messages with the defendant, where it would be a drink glass at a bar, food, something along those lines. I had more of a connection to my work phone and more of a value to my work phone than I did my personal phone.
Now, as far as that military base down the Cape, how often, let me ask you this, when you lived at the residence in Barnstable County, what would you do with your trash down there?
Well, if I was going through and I had trash or some recycling, and I was either getting gas on the base or hitting the duty free, I would occasionally toss a bag of trash in one of the dumpsters there. Or if I forgot, I would throw it out when I got back to my other property. And at the time, at one point, I was living in Canton, and I had the house there, and then I sold it, and then I had the in-law I was renting, so I had other options to throw things away.
Did you have trash pickup at your residence in Barnstable?
No.
So if you were to throw away anything, any sort of trash, it would have to be either at the base or at one of your other homes?
It would be somewhere else.
And so with reference to the phone and the SIM card, if you even did you drive specifically to the base to throw your phone away, or were you throwing it away with other trash?
It was just with other trash.
You were shown some call logs or some toll records or something to that effect last Friday with respect to calls that you had made or received around January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that anything that you had specifically preserved and given to the troopers, or that was something that someone was able to obtain even without your phone or without your SIM card, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Well, sir, going back to January 29th, pulling away from the residence on Fairview Road, you didn't see anything on the side of the road, is that correct?
Absolutely not, no.
And what is it that you would have done had you seen anything, or had you seen Mr. O'Keefe on the side of the road on January 29th?
I've spent my whole life between being a firefighter, working in the profession that I work now, being a tactical medic, if I had saw John O'Keefe on the side of the road, I would have done something to make a difference.
What if he was in the road when we were plowing?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Okay. What do you guys think? According to the testimony we heard this morning, Brian Higgins left the Albert home and got rid of his phone on an Air Force base, right? Or got rid of the SIM card? What? That's when he got the new number? That day? The same day that the Alberts got their new phone? Like they'd almost talked about it and coordinated, let's go out and get new phones right now? The day before the motion to preserve their phones was made. SIM card in a different spot. They got a 2-for-1 deal. It's a family plan. You know, I have to change all the phones at the same time. There was a special. No, they switched providers though. Well, I'm not sure if he switched providers. He switched phone numbers. Sounds like they got tipped off. They'd be getting that notice. Yeah, if we were playing Among Us, I think this current witness would be voted off the spaceship.
Sir, you testified that a prime motivator of you to get rid of your phone was a July 22nd call from a target of an investigation that you were working on?
I never said it was a prime motivator.
Was it a prime motivator?
No, what I testified to was the phone number was what I was concerned about primarily.
Right.
Didn't have anything to do with the phone.
Okay. You did not change your phone number on July 22nd, correct?
July of 2022? Is that what you mean?
The date that you received a call, supposedly, from a target of an investigation you were working on was July 22nd of which year?
So it was, I believe it was July 25th of 2022. I was so concerned that I reported it to my supervisor.
Right, but you did not change your phone number after that for quite a while, correct?
I believe it was September.
Okay. So for those months, you kept the same phone number and kept the same phone, correct?
I did.
And September happened to be the month that you received the preservation order from this court, correct?
September 22, yes.
Right. Now, with regard to the text exchanges that you had with Karen Reed, you testified that you were embarrassed about them?
Well, I wasn't proud of them.
I think your word was embarrassed, correct?
I can agree to that. That's fair.
Well, you already testified to that, right?
I believe that might have been
5 minutes ago?
Might have been a word I used, yes.
And you also explained that you would keep things like that to yourself, correct?
That could be something, yes.
However, you would also agree with me that while they were going on, you told your boss about that text exchange, correct?
Well, I told her about the kiss.
Do you deny telling your boss about the texting that you were doing with Karen Reed?
I don't know if I specifically recall that, no.
But you don't deny it, sir, correct?
It's possible that I told her about that. I'm not going to deny it.
All right. And in any case, those text exchanges were preserved. You preserved those before disposing of your phone, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the other text exchanges that you did not preserve with the Alberts, including Brian Albert, are you familiar with the term consciousness of guilt, Mr. Higgins?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Consciousness of guilt.
Just one more thing. With regard to the date that you changed phone numbers on your phone, you would agree with me that was September 29th of 2022?
When I actually changed the phone number?
That's what I just asked.
Yeah, yes, I also got a new phone, yes.
Okay. September 29th of 2022, you changed your phone number and got a new phone. And then September 30th, the next day, you were served with the preservation order, correct?
I got the preservation order on the 30th, that's correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Higgins, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, who's your next witness?
May we approach?
Sure.
All right. I can tell you what's going to happen next. The next witness is a juvenile. And when it's a juvenile, the judge has ruled, and by stipulation, both sides have agreed that the juvenile, the children, I believe it's John's children, or one of them, at least one of them, will not be shown on video, so cameras are not allowed to record it. I think there were even some stricter stipulations about what the media was allowed to report about what the children said or something like that. I don't recall exactly. Either way, we don't get to find out a lot. We have to wait until we watch or listen to media reports about what the children did or what they said or how they testified in court. So let's let the sidebar play out here real quickly, and then we're going to skip ahead. To admit, Karen's lawyers
We're
are
going to take a 10-minute recess.
You are unmuted.
All rise to the court, please.
10-minute recess first. Lawyers are very good at creating doubt. I used to have access to military bases. I've been on a couple here in, let's see, the one down in Goldsboro.
Thank you. Maybe seated close.
Cherry Point.
All right, so Mr. Lally, your next witness is a juvenile?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so there's a specific media order that there'll be no transmission of this testimony. And by agreement of the parties, the child witness will be sitting in the courtroom, in the witness stand when the jury comes back in. And that's by agreement, Ms. Gianetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so 10 o'clock or so we'll come back out?
All rise.
Look at the primary colors of the defense. That's pretty cool. All right, so we're going to skip ahead on this video because it's not going to be shown. Let's see. 1, 2. Okay, it looks like an hour and a half or so of time elapses. And we're going to come back here with the next witness. And it just starts abruptly. Ready? Here we go.
Have you been working for South Shore Health?
I started there in October of this past year, 2023.
And where did you work prior to that?
Before that, I had been full-time at Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And how long was it that you worked at Good Samaritan?
It's just cozy here.
Let's see. I started at Good Samaritan in 2010.
Now, sir, if I could, I'd like to just talk a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go to school as far as your undergrad was concerned?
I went to undergraduate at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia.
And what, if any, degrees did you graduate from there?
I obtained a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry.
And following your graduation from there, where did you go to school after that?
So after that, I attended University of Virginia for medical school. Is that what you asked me? I'm sorry.
And following your graduation from medical school, where did you go after that?
Then I did a emergency medicine residency in Philadelphia at University of Pennsylvania.
And what is a residency, sir?
So residency is several years of training that's where doctors will specialize. For me, in emergency medicine, some people choose to be surgeons, pediatricians. That's when more of the specialization, if you will, happens in medicine, medical training.
And how long was your residency?
It was 4 years.
And following your residency, where did you go from there?
So I, in 2008, finished residency. I worked for 2 years in Manassas, Virginia at Prince William Hospital for 2 years.
And are you board certified?
I am by American Board of Emergency Medicine, yes.
And what is it that you're board certified in?
Specifically emergency medicine.
And when you use that term as far as board certification is concerned, what goes into that? What does that entail?
So when I obtained board certification, it was a two-step process where there was a written exam administered at one of the testing centers. And after you pass that, then there's an in-person oral exam, I guess is what they're called. And as where you've given like didactic or individual cases, assuming you pass that, then you're board certified.
And your board certification is up to date currently?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, as far as the emergency department is concerned, can you describe to the jury sort of what does the emergency department at Good Samaritan look like as far as staff, bedding, sort of layout, like describe that for the jury?
Sure. So at the time and currently, there's 36 treatment rooms in the main ER, a lot of hallway stretchers as well. There's also an express care kind of area, but for the purposes of this conversation, 36 beds in the main ER. Staffing wise, there'd be anywhere between 4 to 5 and 12 nurses. And for the purposes of this discussion, it would have been 2 docs on and probably 1 either nurse practitioner or physician assistant in the morning.
And as far as the morning, what I'm going to turn your attention to is the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working at the Good Samaritan on that day?
If that's the morning of this incident, then yes. Yeah.
And is there a particular shift or what kind of hours would you be working around that time at Good Samaritan?
I'm pretty sure I started my shift at 6 a.m. that day. There was a 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. It was either 2 or 3 to, excuse me. It was either 6 to 2 or 6 to 3 p.m., but the shift would have started at 6 a.m. as I recall.
And on that date at Good Samaritan, do you recall becoming involved with the treatment of a patient by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
blackout there. And another one.
So I'm showing you a document. If you could just take a look at that and look up on your thing.
Each page, or just acknowledge that?
Just as far as, do you recognize what that?
That's getting frustrating.
Do you recognize that to be?
Is a transcription or a copy of.
Okay, we're going to see if we can fix this.
Dictated and on.
Hang on a second. I'm not sure why it's happening like this.
The front page is also a. It's called like a code sheet, which I've signed off on, detailing what resuscitative efforts, as in the specific that were performed on Mr. O'Keefe's behalf.
Thanks. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna fix this with the court's permission. Hang on one second. Let's bring it in on a different feed. Okay, let's see, day 18. Bring this over here. Not sure why it's cutting out like that. Looks like it's on both feeds, so there's nothing we can do about it, unfortunately. It's the recording. Should clear up.
We seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit would be a redacted copy of those same records.
Objection?
Your Honor, if we could just review those.
Ooh, Miss Little is going to be cross-examining. I like the red, white, and blue of the defense team, the primary colors there. Keeping it simple. It's like they're color coordinated. Purple Haze. 11 months. 11 months. This is really frustrating. We are muted. It's still happening, this little glitch thing. See if I can find a corresponding channel. See if they had it as well. While we do this, give me just a second. Seems to be a little better. Somebody's stopped kicking the plug, maybe.
Here you go, Doctor.
Picky, welcome. Welcome back. Good to have you in green again.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Lally, I'll let you hold on to what's been marked SS for identification.
Lots of media present.
Now, Dr. Rice, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, about what time did he come into your facility at Good Samaritan?
Would you like me to look at the chart here? Let's see.
If you can't remember things and you need to reference the chart, you can do that, Doctor.
Okay, thanks. So it looks like, based on the code sheet, first line starting at 0647, so I'll say 6:47 a.m.
And as far as his presentation, Mr. O'Keefe's presentation, when he came into the emergency department, how would you describe his presentation upon his arrival there?
So he would have been, well, he was unresponsive and intubated, as in with a breathing tube into his airway via his mouth.
And as he came into the emergency department, what, if anything, was fixed to him in regard to CPR or other resuscitative efforts?
So he would have had CPR in progress. And also someone would have been ventilating his lungs via the endotracheal tube.
Now, there's mention within that record as far as a cardiac arrest, is that correct?
I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking me.
Sure. Well, let me just ask you, you're familiar with the term cardiac arrest?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury, based on your training and experience, what your understanding of that term is?
Sure. So, as in he arrived with in cardiac arrest, which by definition means that his heart was not autonomously or independently pumping blood, or in his case, without electrical activity as well of the heart.
And are you familiar with another term called perfusion?
Yes.
And can you explain what perfusion is and how that relates to the condition of cardiac arrest?
Sure. So, for example, you and I right now, because our heart is autonomously, pumping blood, the heart is the pump and responsible for pushing blood throughout your body, therefore perfusing your body. In a scenario like this, where a patient is in cardiac arrest or asystole, or as in not having any electrical activity in his heart or mechanical activity of his heart, the perfusion that is happening is by CPR, as in the chest being pushed upon indirectly is, you call it maybe indirectly pumping or moving blood flow. So there is perfusion, but in a significantly limited compared to someone not in cardiac arrest.
And as far as that perfusion process is concerned, what, if any, relation does that have to the organs within the body?
Well, so, if your perfusion is limited, then your organs are not getting the normal amount of blood flow and therefore oxygen and all the other nutrients that your blood is providing. So your organs will begin the process of failure.
And you've used the term in there as far as asystole. Could you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Sure. So asystole would be when you put the electrical leads on a patient's heart. The complete absence of intrinsic electrical activity from the heart would be asystole. So as in not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be asystole.
Now, as far as these conditions, as far as cardiac arrest and asystole, what, if any, concerns does that raise from a diagnostic perspective in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
I guess your question with respect to it from a diagnostic perspective, I don't know exactly what you're asking me there.
Let me rephrase that. So, with regard to those conditions that are observed and noted within the medical chart for Mr. O'Keefe that you have before you, how would that relate to his condition or sort of how he's presenting and what, if anything, you're doing treatment-wise?
Well, so even with good CPR, the perfusion of the brain, for example, and this is what I think about frequently during resuscitative efforts like this, as in, I couldn't tell you an exact time, but there's a certain, without perfusion of the brain for a certain amount of time, you're limited with respect to, well, the concern is that the patient, even if you resuscitate their body, that there's potentially going to be brain death or anoxia or lack of oxygen to the brain, and a poor outcome with respect to neurological outcome.
Now, as far as the resuscitative efforts are concerned, is there any sort of standard sort of resuscitative protocols that would be undergone with someone who presents as Mr. O'Keefe did?
Yes.
And can you explain what those are?
So, you know, in broad terms, there's ACLS, which is Advanced Cardiac Life Support. That's an algorithm that, through medical training, you know, I've learned and is frequently, the algorithm can be adjusted. There's also a TLS for trauma patients. So there's an algorithm there with respect to resuscitation, or guidelines, I guess, with respect to resuscitation.
And within those sort of guidelines or protocols, are you familiar with a medication called epinephrine?
Yes.
And how would epinephrine play into sort of the treatment or the diagnosis of Mr. O'Keefe?
So, you know, in the time that I've been practicing, epinephrine is probably the only medication or drug that has persistently been in the ACLS pathway. It's adrenaline, so the idea is, loosely, that you're attempting to affect upon the heart itself more squeeze, as in more pressure, and also to increase the potential, or if there is electrical activity, to increase the amplitude of that electrical function at the cellular level.
Now, in addition to the cardiac arrest and the asystole, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, presentation did he have related to hypothermia?
So I know his initial temperature was low. I was going to say I'd have to look, but I can see here that the nursing wrote in their notes that his, I see T equals 80.1 R, so I interpret that to be his temperature was 80.1 degrees by rectal temperature.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of your understanding as far as hypothermia, what is it and how does that present itself?
So, you know, as it pertains to this case, there's a few ways to get hypothermic. If I, at 12:20, were to have a cardiac arrest right now and stop perfusing, my current temperature, my current temperature, I'm guessing, is 98.6, right? A normal temperature. Without perfusion, the body will the core temperature will decrease over time. The specifics of that I couldn't, or beyond my knowledge and training, but does that answer your question?
Yes. And so as far as hypothermia is concerned, is there a certain sort of baseline or what is sort of the typical temperature under which someone would be declared sort of hypothermic or treated as such?
I don't know if I could give you a definition of medically what a quote diagnosis of hypothermia. I couldn't tell you a number. I can tell you that 80 qualifies as hypothermia, but I couldn't tell you a number under which that definition applies.
But the temperature that Mr. O'Keefe presented with certainly fits within those parameters, is that correct?
Yes, 80 degrees is very cold.
And as far as resuscitative efforts as they pertain to the core body temperature or the low core body temperature of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, was done with relation to treatment of that?
Sure. So as a nursing note mentions there's a bear hugger was applied, so that's a blanket that has warmed air being pumped through it. So that's a way of externally warming someone. He also, having reviewed the chart earlier, I don't see it right in front of you. Actually, I take that back. He had warm IV fluids running, so IV fluids not at room temperature, as in a warm or an oven of sorts, would have been given to him via intravenous or central venous access.
Is that under pressure? Because, I mean, it's...
And
as far as the
CPR
cause
body
the blood
temperature is concerned, what if any relationship does the body temperature have and the warming process have as to a declaration of deceased in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, so there's a goal in resuscitative medicine to attempt to rewarm a body. Loosely, the idea being that the heart, among other organs, will function better or function at all in a warmer environment. That's one goal of resuscitation. With him, as I recall, despite resuscitative efforts for approximately half an hour, there was not a not a significant warming of his core temperature.
And so, sir, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point, was he pronounced deceased by yourself?
Yes.
And do you see any indication within the chart as to what time that was?
Sure, I'll just need a moment here. According to my note, it looks like the time of death was, death declaration was 7:50 in the morning.
Is that 50 or 15?
50.
Now, as far as the observations that you made as far as a systole and the cardiac arrest, did that persist throughout the course of your treatment of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Let me just see that document.
Yeah, this is not an expert who's brought in to testify. This is the doctor who was on call. I mean, he's probably much better at talking with a family or an individual than a courtroom.
Page in, bottom of it says 2 of 4, and I direct your attention to the top of that page. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And as far as this is sort of a listing of observations, or, well, let me ask you, can you describe what is listed at the top of that page there?
Sure. So this would have been the physical exam documentation of my note. So with respect to the head, it says, excuse me, the first word is other, which I believe is a function of the computer system. As in, I typed in the right superior orbital ridge region, approximately 7 millimeter laceration, and then with surrounding soft tissue swelling / contusion.
Sir, if I could just stop you there. As far as what you're talking about with the right superior orbital ridge region, could you explain to the jury or demonstrate to the jury?
Sure. So the orbital ridge is the bone above your eye that you can, where your eyebrow is or would normally be.
And as far as the other sort of things that you noted over the course of your physical exam or review of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything else of note, did you observe?
Well, according to my note, the only other kind of observations other than would be that he had breath sounds present bilaterally. I observed that he was pulseless. His abdominal exam was atraumatic on my chart, and then extremity exam or musculoskeletal exam, I wrote that he had superficial abrasions on the right forearm.
And from a medical perspective, when you use that term abrasions, so can you explain to the jury what you understand the term abrasions to mean?
Yeah, I use it as a medical synonym for scratches, if you will.
And under neuro or neurological, there's a listing as far as a GC3, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain what that is and what that means?
So, GC is what I charted. What I intended to write there was GCS, which is a Glasgow Coma Scale, which is a scoring system to identify someone's level of consciousness or unresponsiveness.
And as far as the three, where does the scale start? Where does it go to, and where does the three fit in?
So there's three components: verbal function, motor function, and eye or ocular function. And someone who's completely unresponsive, as in no motor, no verbal, and no eye movement or function, completely unresponsive, the lowest you can get on the scale is 3.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this retreat?
The lowest you can get on the scale is 3. Why not make it a 1?
Now, later on over the course of that same morning, did you have occasion to become involved in the treatment of another patient by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
He treated both of them.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you another document, just ask you to look at that. To the extent you can recognize it and look up whenever you finish. In general, sir, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Or what do you recognize it for?
The first part I recognized would have been the medical record or medical note with respect to Miss Reed, who was also a patient that morning.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in a minute the next exhibit, a redacted copy of those records.
Regarding no objections, subjects, and the redactions.
Okay, thank you.
This is exhibit 106.
Thank you.
Now, sir, if you know, about what time was it that Miss Reed came into the emergency department at Good Samaritan that morning?
I mean, I can tell you from this chart, it looks like that at least the first posted vital signs were from 7:51 in the morning.
And in reference to Miss Reed, what is it that she came into Good Samaritan in regard to? Why was she there?
I'd have to review Daisy's note, so
well, let me ask
the nurse's name
was
is
it
Daisy?
in reference to section 12? Do you recall?
yes.
And with regard to section 12, patients that come in regard to that, what kind of involvement do you have, or who, if anyone, do you work with in regard to those types of patients?
Sure. So Section 12, I would define as involuntary detention of a person, usually for a mental health concern, whether that's self-harm or harm to others, or if someone who's afflicted with schizophrenia or psychosis, members of the public can bring someone to or the police or members of the public can bring someone to the hospital on a Section 12, which, again, involuntarily detains them for evaluation.
And in addition to yourself, is there other staff? You mentioned that there were physician's assistants or nurses that were working. How much involvement would you typically have with someone who comes in on that kind of prognosis or diagnosis?
I would say, to answer your question, my involvement is variable and dependent a lot of times on what that nurse practitioner or physician assistant feels like they need or want my involvement to be.
And what kind of involvement would you have as far as when someone comes in with that kind of issue? What is sort of the typical protocol or policies that Good Samaritan would undergo with reference to that patient? What are you doing with reference to the patient when they arrive?
I'm sorry, I think I don't really understand what the question is.
No, understood. Let me rephrase that. So, with regard to a patient coming in on a Section 12, what happens with that person once they present in the ER?
So whether they're evaluated by me or a nurse practitioner or physician assistant, if that person feels like, based on their evaluation, that they need a mental health consult or evaluation, then they would have that initiated, as well as what we do for a lot of patients, or all patients, vital signs, and sometimes blood work as well.
And when it comes to that sort of blood work or assay, as far as what's being done with someone who comes in with that kind of report, what are they?
Blood work.
What is sort of being tested and what is being looked at as far as the blood work is concerned?
Well, there's a few reasons to get blood work, but in general, part of the evaluation is, with respect to the medical presentation, to make sure there's no medical emergencies present, in addition to whatever the mental health concern may be. There's also blood work drawn with respect to disposition, as far as some people, for example, it would be inappropriate to have a mental health evaluation if, for example, I were intoxicated on alcohol and my alcohol level were elevated, because I think the idea is that you're not getting, a true representation maybe of what's going on.
So am I correct in that someone presents and then there's you medically clear that person as far as any sort of injuries or anything like that first?
I wouldn't say first necessarily. I think a lot of times these processes happen in parallel.
So in parallel, you'd have the medical clearance and then sort of psychological clearance as well?
Sometimes, yes.
And then sort of involved in both of those, there would be blood drawn and reference to a Section 12, as far as a typical one would be looking for sort of alcohol and drugs of abuse, things of that nature?
I mean, I'm hesitant to answer yes because of the word typical, because I wouldn't say there's really a typical presentation with respect to mental health presentations in the ER.
And from your memory and or your review of the chart, was that done as far as the blood work done with regard to Ms. Reed on this day?
Are you asking me if blood work was drawn?
Yes.
I believe so. I have to double check. So yes, it looks like there was blood work drawn.
And among the things that were tested within the facility, within Good Samaritan, was the alcohol screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the result of that alcohol screen as contained within those records?
I'm going on.
Do I answer or no?
Yes.
So it looks like 93.93. I'd have to maybe look deeper in the chart to tell you the units of that measurement.
93.93.
I don't want to guess. So but to answer your question, 93.
May I approach this briefly, Your Honor?
Yes.
What's the scale there? That doesn't sound like the 0.08 that we're used to. Mr. Lally doesn't remember what this is Karen Reed's blood alcohol content?
Attention to a tap portion of that.
Sure.
Do you see the units that 93 pertains to contained in that record, sir?
So yes, it looks like it's milligrams per deciliter.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Little?
Can someone do the conversion on that? That 93? So we can translate it into something
Good
we...
afternoon.
Hi.
You testified that you treated Ms. Reed when she arrived at the hospital on January 29th, correct?
I don't know if I testified that I treated her, but I was involved in her care, yes.
You actually wrote the reports regarding her care, correct?
That is not correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your report?
The report, I believe we're talking about the note, the emergency room note was written by a nurse practitioner.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at some additional reports from January 29th?
Sounds like you want to show me some reports, so sure.
That's funny. He's like, nope, I didn't write the report. How about we show you some more? In your handwriting, maybe. Show them Mr. Lally first.
Yes.
There we go. Mr. Lally seems like his heart isn't in this.
Okay.
Unless he's objecting. When he objects, his heart is in objections.
Is your recollection refreshed? Do you recall treating Ms. Reed on January 29th?
I do not.
Do you recall writing a report that has your name, Justin Rice, on it from January 29th?
No, it depends what you define report as. To best answer your, well.
Quit being obstinate.
Do I recall writing this note? No. Was that what your question was?
So is it your testimony that do you recall treating Ms. Reed at all?
No, I don't.
Do you recall actually ordering her blood in this case?
No.
Do you recall sending it out to the labs at all?
No.
As you sit here today, you don't know who collected the blood?
That's correct.
You don't know who packaged the blood?
That would also be a fair assessment, yes.
And you don't know who submitted that to the lab?
Correct.
And it wasn't you, correct?
I can confidently say that I did not collect blood work. Yeah, I did not do that.
Okay.
So what does he remember? What are we asking him about? If he has no recollection of this event.
You testified that you treated Mr. O'Keefe upon arrival on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Did a firefighter ever approach you on the morning of January 29th and tell you that he had information suggesting that the victim had been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I do not.
So if a firefighter indicated that he informed you that he had information suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe had been in some sort of vehicular accident, that's something that you would have included in your report, correct?
I don't know if that's a fair assumption.
But as you sit here today, you have no recollection whatsoever of anyone telling you that the victim had appeared to be in some sort of car accident, correct?
Well, I think, I don't have it in front of me, but I think my note that I prepared for Mr. O'Keefe states that per EMS for...
Sorry, what was that?
Dr. Rice, you have no record. Apologies.
Mr. Yannetti is
So I don't think he finished his answer.
scrolling Instagram.
So I think what I was trying to say, right, was that on my note it says per EMS report, so one of the medics, as in one of the folks on the ambulance who brought Mr. O'Keefe in, again, I'm not right in front of my note, but as I recall, it said something to the effect of per EMS report, the patient may have been struck by a vehicle.
Well, can I show you a copy of that report?
Please.
Did this doctor not read any of his reports or go over anything before he came here? Or is this a case of if you're going to tell the truth, you don't need to be prepped? I don't know.
Yes.
So they're saying Karen Reed had a 0.93 blood alcohol content that morning.
All right, so
I'll ask the question. Is your recollection refreshed?
I'll ask the question.
Is there anywhere on that report that says that the patient came in and there was a statement by EMS that the victim appeared to have been struck by a vehicle?
just give me a moment to read through the...
Sure.
So no, there is not.
In fact, there's no mention of a vehicle whatsoever, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Rice, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe's injuries when he arrived at the hospital that morning?
I guess you'd have to define what observe injuries means.
Well, during the course of your treatment, did you inspect him for injuries?
So, yes.
You testified that you observed certain abrasions and scratches on his right arm, correct?
Yes.
Aside from his injuries to his right arm, and I believe you described sort of a laceration above his eye, John O'Keefe did not have a single other injury on his body from the neck down, correct?
I don't know if that's fair to say.
Well, you didn't report a single injury to his shoulders, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his chest, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his torso, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his back, correct?
Correct.
You also did not report a single injury to his ribs, correct?
Correct.
No injury to his hips, right?
Correct.
You observed no injury to his knees, correct?
I reported no injuries to his knees, correct?
No injuries to his shins, correct?
Correct.
No injuries to his ankles, right?
Correct.
And no injuries to his feet.
Correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, right?
I don't know if that's a fair assessment or statement.
You certainly didn't notate in your report that he had any broken bones from the neck down, correct?
No, I did not. I'd happy to explain that, but to answer your question, no, I did not.
You did not report a single fracture from the neck down, correct?
I did not report a single fracture, correct.
They didn't x-ray him either, though.
The injuries that you testified to today were that he had sort of a laceration above his eyelid, correct?
The injuries that I testified to today, correct, yes.
And the scratches on his right arm?
On the right forearm, yes.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Dr. Rice, with reference to fractures or broken bones, can you explain sort of why that may not have been noted or why that wasn't included within the chart?
Sure, yeah, I'd like to. So with a patient like Mr. O'Keefe who came in, the focus of myself and the team of physician assistant, nurse practitioner, and nurses, whoever was helping in a case like this, the focus is in core resuscitative medicine, of securing an airway, making sure he has a breathing tube in, making sure that the CPR is being applied the right pressure to the right place, making sure that the core resuscitative elements of medicine are happening, unless, as in the mind can only focus on so much. So I think in cases like this, because the attention is on resuscitation of someone's heartbeat, their life, there's less focus on injuries or observations that don't coincide with the resuscitation effort or not pertinent to that resuscitative effort, if that answers your question.
And so in that vein, it's not like you're doing x-rays or a full skeletal survey or something like that?
No, we're not doing a full skeletal survey, no.
Because you're more concerned with the fact that his body core temperature is 80, his heart isn't pumping blood, and he's pulseless, correct?
Correct, unless there was an extremity injury that would be pertinent to his resuscitation. If he had had a traumatic amputation, as in removal of a leg, for example, that would be pertinent to a resuscitation, but an otherwise intact extremity, you know, that is not necessarily within the realm of resuscitation.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention on the document. Indicates discharge and clinical impression. If you could just read from that, look up when you're finished. Read to yourself.
I'm sorry, what would you like me to read out loud?
So as far as the chart is concerned, as far as your clinical impression of Mr. O'Keefe, can you read sort of what you...
Sure, right. So I wrote clinical impression, cardiac arrest.
This is an objection.
Comma, head trauma, comma, exposure to environmental cold.
May I approach this to retriever?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Little?
No further questions.
All right, thank you, doctor. You are all set.
Thanks.
I don't think the doctor wanted to be there. You guys get that vibe?
Rather than where it's 10 minutes of one, jurors, can we do an abbreviated lunch today so we can get as much of the testimony in as possible? So it's 10 minutes of one. Why don't we come back here at 1:30?
We have lunch
can
already.
We go until 4:30 today? People seem to say yes. If that changes, just let Officer Delano or Officer Biden know. Okay, thank you. So we'll see you back here at 1:30.
All rise to the court, please.
You are muted.
Okay.
So we still have to hear from the medical examiner to see what they detect on injuries, because I think their analysis, honestly and fairly, would be more in depth than what they might get in the ER, where they're just trying to sustain life. The first issue, as somebody mentioned in chat, I forget who it was, when somebody gets brought into the ER, if they're not breathing, that's the first.
All right, so as far as the redactions that you think should be there, Ms. Little, and you perhaps don't, Mr. Lally, I don't know if the testimony opened the door any on some of what may or may not have been there. I don't have it in front of me. I haven't seen it. So the two of you talk, and if you're not in agreement, I would like a copy of both by 1:15 so that I can decide it before it goes in, and then it will be the next exhibit, either with or without the additional redactions. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
And we're going to lunch. We're going to skip lunch, though. Brybear gifted a membership, and it went to Karina. Congratulations, Karina. Thank you, Brybear, for your generosity. Let's see. We're over halfway through the video for the day, and we've got an abbreviated lunch, which we're fast-forwarding through to make it even more abbreviated. I don't think you can even do Snickers in time for how long we're going to be at lunch. Okay, there we go. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. All righty, and we back.
I'm good.
Kim, yes, thank you very much. I'll run to the post office.
All right, so your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
Dr. Gary Fowler. Guess we'll wait till the witness actually pronounced the name, see how it's actually said. I can't trust Ms. Lanny's pronunciation.
Step right up. You raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now in hand, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Thank you.
Dizzy's like, challenge accepted. Where are the Snickers? All right, we are on to witness number 47.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And sir, that microphone in front of you, you can move that any way you wish. So if you want to bring it up or down, just the wand itself.
Okay.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a pathologist.
And where is it that you work?
I work at Good Samaritan Medical Center.
And how long have you been working as a pathologist at Good Samaritan?
Since November of 2015.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational background, starting with your undergrad, where did you go to school, and what, if anything, did you receive a degree in?
My undergraduate education, I went to Tufts University.
All right, so doctor, I'm going to ask you to put the microphone perhaps underneath your mouth and speak into it, because in order to keep this room cool, we need to have these fans going. If they can't compete with you, we'll have to turn them off, and I think everybody would prefer to have them on, so please speak loudly.
How am I now? Okay?
Perfect.
Okay. So Tufts University, undergraduate, I have a degree in biology. That was.
And after you received your degree in biology from Tufts, where did you go from there?
I went to Tufts Medical School in Boston for 4 years there.
And after you graduated from medical school, where did you go from there?
I went to a residency in pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology at Tufts Medical Center. So I stayed within the Tufts system.
Okay.
And how long was that residency?
That residency was, at the time, pathology residency was 5 years. It's now 4 years, I believe, but it's a 5-year program. I finished the residency with chief of resident in pathology in my 5th year.
And then following your residency, where did you go for work from there?
In 1996, I finished residency, and my first job was at Kearney Hospital, beginning the end of June of 1996.
And how long did you work at the Kearney?
I'm still on medical staff at Kearney, so ever since I was transferred to help Good Samaritan Medical Center in 2015. My full-time job is at Good Samaritan now since 2015. But I still cover Kearney Hospital every now and then.
And are you board certified?
I am board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology.
Now, you've used that term, and just if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is as far as pathology and sort of the difference between anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
Sure. Pathology, there's two subspecialties, I guess, in pathology. One is anatomic pathology, which is basically if you, as a patient, go to a hospital or have a biopsy or a tissue biopsy or an excision or anything like that, it comes to the pathology department, and an anatomic pathologist is responsible for making the diagnosis for that patient. So we abbreviate that as an AP, anatomic pathologist. So in residency, you can also train to become a clinical pathologist. And clinical pathologist is a pathologist who basically deals with, to put it simply, if you have a blood test that gets sent to the lab, we are essentially responsible for the quality and the safety of that blood test to help ensure the lab tests that are done on the specimens are accurate.
Now, with regard to your position at Good Samaritan, what is it that you do at Good Samaritan? What are your sort of duties and responsibilities in relation to that hospital?
So, I am the chief of pathologist at Good Samaritan Medical Center, also the laboratory medical director. So my job at Good Samaritan is to ensure, quality of both the anatomic pathology side of things as well as the clinical pathology side of things. Ultimately, my job is to help ensure that any laboratory report coming from Good Samaritan is accurate.
Now, the lab at Good Samaritan where the testing is done, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that accreditation means, who it's by, and sort of what goes into that accreditation process?
We are accredited by the College of American Pathologists. We abbreviate that as CAP, if I mention that later, just so you know. And the accreditation process, the CAP has been in business for 75 years or so. They, according to their website, are the preeminent accrediting body for medical laboratories. So what that means is every 2 years we have an in-depth laboratory survey. That's every 2 years, and there are over maybe 3,000 elements or checklist requirements that the CAP will look at in our lab, which ranges from anywhere, for quality, mainly quality control, making sure that we have enough staff members, just about anything that can affect a laboratory result. There is essentially a checklist requirement that we need to fulfill and pass. So that's every 2 years.
And is that accreditation, is that up to date as of now?
Yes, it is. We will be having another inspection. Our window opens in July, so it's coming up. We have a 3-month window with it where the CAP can come anytime unannounced. So.
And was that accreditation up to date prior to January 29th, 2022? Now, as far as the clinical portion of the lab, what are some of the things that get tested as far as, what are some of the things that are tested for in the lab as far as blood work is concerned?
Many different things. As probably all of you know, when you go to a hospital, you have your blood tested, and the physician is looking for different tests such as like a sodium, a potassium, a chloride, some basic tests that if they show abnormality, they could help the clinician make a diagnosis on you. So the most common things would be like a glucose, sodium, potassium, chloride, stuff like that.
Now, is there's some sort of like standard algorithm for things that are tested, or does it sort of dependent on the patient's presentation?
I think it's depends on the patient's presentation. There's no standard ordering test that one can order. So it depends mainly on what the doctor is thinking in his differential diagnosis. He will order, a variety of different tests. Some tests are pretty standard. When you go to a hospital, they might order, the test that I just talked about, a CBC. They want to look at your complete blood count.
Just a little louder, please.
Okay, sure. Things like that. Want to look at your hemoglobin, hematocrit, maybe sodium, potassium. Those are some of the really common tests that would get ordered in the hospital.
Now, as far as drugs of abuse, including alcohol, is that something that's dependent upon the presentation of a patient to your facility?
I think an alcohol test or a drug of abuse test is not a routine type of order or test. It all depends on if the clinician or the primary care physician is suspecting could be drugs of abuse or alcohol on board, and they need to know if so to help treat the patient.
Now, would that also include sort of a patient that presents in regard to a mental health status or Section 12 drugs of abuse? Would that be somewhat standard in relation to testing or blood work that's done in relation to that kind of patient?
As far as Section 12, I do not know if there is a standing order for a routine ordering process for a patient that is admitted to Good Samaritan under Section 12. So I'm not sure.
Would that be abnormal, though, as far as doing a blood draw and testing for alcohol and someone presenting on Section 12?
I don't think so, no.
Now, with regard to a blood draw in Good Samaritan Hospital with reference to testing for alcohol specifically, what, if any, sort of policies or protocols are in place in reference to that type of blood draw?
I think a test for blood alcohol is the phlebotomist pretty much has to run through the same protocol that he or she needs to follow for any type of blood test, except for the fact that we do not want to use an alcohol swab to clean the area before the blood draw. In theory, if you use an alcohol swab and you're testing for alcohol, then you can, in theory, contaminate the blood sample with some of the residual fluid of the alcohol. Some people say if you let the alcohol swab dry for 30 seconds, it's not going to contaminate it, but we don't go by that process. We have it specifically in our policy never to use an alcohol swab when an alcohol test is ordered.
Now, in that vein, Doctor, with reference to Good Samaritan and the emergency department, what, if any, precautions have you or your facility taken in regard to those types of blood draws in testing for alcohol with regard to alcohol wipes being used?
My phlebotomy supervisor has removed essentially all, not 100%, but all of the alcohol swabs down in the emergency room. So a phlebotomist who perhaps could forget, which they shouldn't, because we have competency policies for them. So we have that in place where she's removed almost all of them so somebody can't mistakenly use a swab down in the emergency room.
Okay, so keep your voice up again, please, Doctor, especially at the end of your sentences. Thank you.
It's funny that we can hear better.
Those alcohol wipes from the emergency department of Good Samaritan, does that predate January 29th, 2022?
It's been in place for a long time. Before that, there was a policy they would use betadine for swabbing, but that policy has been in place for a long time, and before that day of 2022.
You've spoken a little bit about, as far as phlebotomists working within Good Samaritan. If you could just explain to the jury sort of what is a phlebotomist and what is it that they do?
A phlebotomist is any person who is trained to draw your blood when you come to a hospital. So if you come in, we train people to draw the blood.
Mrs. R.A. used to do that.
And as far as with regard to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan, you mentioned that there's some proficiency testing or some protocols that they have to adhere to. Can you explain that a little bit more to the jury as far as what's involved in those?
So with anybody who works in the laboratory, per CAP checklist requirements and the government's requirements, there has to be competency policies and assessments on anybody who works in our laboratory, including phlebotomists. So any new phlebotomist, they get an initial training, and they'll get a training, and then they have to be assessed to make sure that they know what their job, what they need to do for their job, including knowledge of all policies. Then after that, after initial training, our competency policy states that we need to assess them again at 6 months. We do the same thing, make sure they know what they're doing. And then 6 months from that, so that's a year from when they started working for us, and then annually thereafter. So the CAP is, we have all these competency policies for everyone to make sure the lab technicians know what they're doing. We also have competency policies for pathologists as well. So it's all about making sure the final result is that comes from our lab is a good quality.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you two sets of documents. If you could just look at those and then we'll cover anything.
I'm jealous of this witness's haircut. I think I want something somewhere between what I have right now and what he has. I think this week is the week.
Okay.
And just in general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
There are two of our policies that we have for Good Samaritan Medical Center, one for the phlebotomists, one for our laboratory technicians. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection policy, which defines our policy for drawing the blood for the phlebotomist. The second is an alcohol policy, which is one of I don't know, thousands of policies that we have in the lab to describe how our policy for alcohol testing. Every laboratory test in our hospital has a separate policy.
So everything from hematocrit to sodium to potassium chloride has its own policy, is that correct?
Correct.
And the policy you have before you, that's for alcohol testing?
Correct.
And those two policies that you have before you, were those policies what was in place on January 29th, 2022?
Correct. Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm going to seek to introduce in a minute the next two exhibits.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So, Madam Court Reporter, I don't think we marked SS into evidence. Do we have that ready to go into evidence?
I don't believe so.
All right. So these instead, Madam Court Reporter, will be the next two exhibits. Thank you. And what is 107, Madam Court Reporter?
I believe 107 is in reference to excuse me. I believe 107 is in reference to the alcohol testing, and 108 would be in reference to the sample collection.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm just showing you a document as far as some medical records. Are you familiar with those records?
Yes.
Those records are in relation to a patient named Karen Reed that visited the Good Samaritan on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to, may I approach again, Your Honor? Just
yes.
Sure.
Your attention to a previously tapped portion of those records. Do you see a result for alcohol within those records?
Mr. Lally, you have to keep your voice up when you're here as well.
Let me say it again, sir. Doctor, with reference to those records and the page that I've opened up to, do you see a record in regard to a lab result for alcohol testing with regard to Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And what is it reported as, sir?
It is reported at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And is that, as far as milligrams per deciliter, is that a relatively standard way of reporting an alcohol result?
Yes, it is in our hospital systems.
Could you explain to the jury sort of milligram per deciliter what that reading means as far as the metric that's used there?
Well, it's means 93 milligrams of alcohol per deciliter of the blood.
And as far as, if you could explain to the jury sort of the testing process or the protocols that are in place at the Good Samaritan, so the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, and then what happens from there as far as the testing is concerned?
Okay, so
before you do that, Doctor, so we might have to turn off the fans, which we don't want to do. I really need you to keep your voice up so that the court officer over there, so that folks down there can hear you.
Okay. So at Good Samaritan, I can go through the process. The doctor will order the test.
It's not any
in the
louder,
emergency
it's just
room.
closer.
We have 2 phlebotomists down in the emergency room. That test will print out, the order will print out down in the emergency room. And it will print out a label for the blood tube. It will print out on that label the color of the blood tube to be ordered, and will also print out what on the label what is to be tested in our lab. So that order will be seen by our phlebotomists in the emergency room. They will then locate the patient and perform the venipuncture or the blood draw. And use the correct tube. They'll go through their process of one of the most important processes in testing somebody's blood is accurate patient identification. So within our policy, We ask the patient to state his or her name, first and last name and date of birth. We have them say it out loud to make sure we have two forms of identification. Once that's confirmed, there is also a bracelet on the patient, so we'll match it up with a Good Samaritan ID number. So the first step is to make sure we have the correct patient. So then the phlebotomist has the order in front of her or him and uses the correct tube. Before drawing, they have to find the correct vein, the good vein for the patient, which is usually in the forearm antecubital fossa area. They will find that vein. They will cleanse the area with a non-alcohol swab, which in this case the order was for alcohol.
All right, so doctor, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop you. I think part of it is that you're saying so much and your voice is fine and then it drops and it's fine and then it drops. So Paul, can we turn the fans off, please? It's important that all the jurors hear everything you say, doctor.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so but speak into the microphone.
I'm going to bring it really close.
All right, this should be better with
hopefully you can turn it back on.
Just be louder.
When I get better at this. So I'm sorry. It's hot. I'm hot too. One is we make sure that it's correct patient identification. We use the correct tube. We draw it. We don't use an alcohol swab. We use one that doesn't contain an alcohol in that. Then the phlebotomist will then put the labels on the tube or tubes in front of the patient, then bring it back to his or her area. Make sure they sign their name they initial their name on the tube, as well as the time. Then it will be put into a bag, and in the emergency room it goes through a chute and it goes directly to our laboratory for testing. Once we get it, it's called receiving the blood work. A technician, lab tech in our lab, will scan. There's a barcode on the label. They'll scan it, and that will document the time that we received it. They will also manually enter the name of the phlebotomist and the time of the blood draw, so we have accurate records of what we received and the time. Once that's done, it's entered into our system. And then the technician will decide what needs to go next. In this case of an alcohol test, we're using a green top tube, which has lithium heparin, has an anticoagulant in it. It's to prevent clotting. So we'll get that tube, and once it's entered, we will centrifuge it, and that is centrifuged for about 10 minutes or so, so that we can separate the layers of the blood. In the blood, when you first see blood, it's all red, and there's no separation of the elements. But within blood, there are red blood cells, there are white cells or inflammatory cells, and there's the liquid portion of the blood. So for alcohol testing, we there's an anticoagulant in it, and so we will centrifuge it to separate the different layers of the blood. The different layers, the red cells will go to the bottom, and the aqueous portion or the plasma portion will go to the top. And when we test for blood alcohol in our lab, we're testing the aqueous portion or the plasma portion of the blood. So that's why it's important for us to centrifuge it and separate the components. Once that is done, that takes about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer. Then that tube will be brought over to our machine, which is a Roche Cobas machine, and it will be put onto the machine. And that machine will test for the alcohol or whatever else is ordered on the patient.
It doesn't help that Lally's asking for the history of man from this doctor.
I covered everything.
You covered everything.
Now, with regard to, you used the term a couple times as far as a centrifuge, can you describe to the jury sort of what that is and how that instrument works?
Sure. So when the tube that we take is a blood tube, and we want to test the aqueous a plasma portion of the blood, and the only way to get that plasma portion, or the watery solution of the blood, is we put it in a centrifuge, which will spin the blood at a rapid rate, something like 3,300 RPMs or so, which is fast, and it will separate the blood into those three layers. Also in the tubes that we use is a gel that comes in the tube, and it nicely separates the red blood cell component from the water or aqueous plasma component, and keeps those two portions of the blood separate to make it easier for us to test on our machine.
Now, as far as the blood testing is concerned, is there a difference between sort of what's known as whole blood versus serum and plasma?
There is a difference. Whole blood is basically the whole blood. When somebody has a test drawn, and if we test something on the entire blood without separating it, that would be whole blood. If we say we're testing on plasma or serum, we're actually separating the components of the blood by the centrifuge process.
Now, which of the two, as far as serum plasma versus the whole bloods, which would record as far as a higher percentage of alcohol in the testing?
Alcohol, the answer would be plasma or serum would have a little bit higher blood alcohol content compared to whole blood.
As far as the separation that you're talking about, is there a specific area as far as the separation is concerned where alcohol tends to concentrate within?
Yes, alcohol tends to go into the more into the watery or the aqueous component of the blood. So when we like serum or plasma has a 98%, reportedly 98% water component. Whole blood, if you look at the whole blood overall, it has a lesser percentage. If you look in the literature, it can be 86%, or there's a range. But so since alcohol tends to go to the watery components, if you measure alcohol like we do in hospitals on the serum or plasma, the value that we get will always be a little bit higher than total, than measuring on whole blood.
Where through your training experience, sort of a conversion that can be done between sort of what's reported as the testing from the serum plasma to a whole blood count?
In the hospital, we're pretty much in the business of, reporting alcohol, in serum or plasma, and we're not in the business of the legal, aspects of alcohol testing, because alcohol, what I understand is the alcohol legal limit in Massachusetts is 0.08 grams per deciliter. We don't make any conversions in a hospital. We're not in that business to do that. We just report on the serum percentage or the plasma level, and we don't make any attempts to do any official conversion to a whole blood level. If we did, we'd have to validate, we'd have to do many studies, and we're just not in the business for that.
And I understand that's not how it's reported within your record or at your facility. What my question is, are you aware of a process by which you can sort of then mathematically convert from milligrams per deciliter to a gram?
I am aware of that. Recently, I had to read about it, but up until recently, I was not aware. So I'm not in that. We're not in the business for whole blood. But there is a formula. I do know about it, and it's there is a if one wants to convert a whole a serum or a plasma level to a whole blood, there are formulas that basically you need to. It's a simple formula, but there's varying opinions on which formula can be used.
Now, as far as this specific patient, the defendant, Ms. Reed, do you have any sense from the chart in front of you as far as sort of the timeline of when the blood was drawn to when it was tested and reported and things of that nature?
I think it was the order was 9:03 in the morning. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist, it happened pretty fast. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist got the labels printed. Then 5 minutes after that, they went in and drew it. It was very quickly. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but ultimately it was received in our lab, I think, 10 minutes after the order, the blood, very quickly. And then the final result, when the alcohol level was reported in the computer system, was, I think, 50 minutes from the time of the order.
Thank you, sir. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
Even sounds warm in there.
And that lab result done pursuant to the testing and the policies and the protocols and everything in your lab was 93 milligrams per deciliter. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You testified that hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating BACs. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are done in labs, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of testing in sort of a clinical setting at a hospital is to assist in the quick diagnosis and treatment of a patient. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so your priorities may be different than those if you're in a forensic lab where the goal is to ensure accuracy and reliability at all costs, correct?
I don't agree. Not correct.
Well, hospitals use serum tests to screen for the presence of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that serum testing does not measure alcohol directly, but it actually measures the presence of NADH.
Correct.
And NADH is the byproduct that's created when the body breaks down alcohol.
Correct.
And the reason hospitals use a serum test rather than a whole blood test is because it's quick and efficient and you can get test results within 20-ish minutes. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And you'd agree that NADH, which is what serum essentially tests for, can also be elevated by factors other than alcohol in the blood.
I'm not aware of that.
Are you familiar?
Yep.
Are you familiar with any medical literature that has found that NADH is created when the body has elevated either lactate or LDH in the system?
Correct. There are some issues, in our policy. There are some factors that can lead to falsely elevated or falsely lowered serum alcohol. One is lactic acid or LDH. Another one is Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia, which is a hematological problem, and other things that can interfere with not just any test or lipids, high levels of lipids, or hemolysis, or high levels of bilirubin. But our machines are very sophisticated now. If there are any elevations of, let's say, hemolysis or lipids or bilirubin, the Roche machines will detect that detect that and flag it as a possible interference, or it won't even let us result a test. So with any test, there can be interferences, and I'm sure there can be interferences with the forensic way of testing as well.
All right, so there are other causes of high levels of LDH and therefore NADH also include things like trauma, muscle weakness and loss of muscle tissue, or abnormal tissue formation. Is that correct? Have you read studies about that?
I haven't read those studies, no.
Would you agree that there may be other sort of medical stressors or things that can't necessarily be captured by the technology, but that could cause error in testing?
I don't understand that question.
Well, you testified that there can be certain errors in testing. That's something that we see throughout all different types of sort of scientific literature, which includes ethanol testing.
Yep.
And there are certain sort of factors that could cause a higher level of NADH that might not necessarily be picked up by the machines that you use at the hospital. Is that correct?
I am not familiar. I mean, if there is, it's not not a common phenomenon. Our methodology for doing many tests are based on this NADH enzyme methodology, and we've never had issues with it. I read a lot. I haven't read about major faults of our methodology for testing. Most hospitals, when we look at when we actually have to do proficiency testing with any test that we do in a hospital. So 3 times a year we get sent unknown levels of alcohol and 5 samples to be accurate 3 times a year, and we're able to look at not only our results, make sure they're correct, but we're able to look at how, what other hospitals are doing across the nation. So when I last looked, and it's held true for over 10 years, maybe 20 years, is that of the, I think, 5,000 hospitals that are testing for alcohol, it's over 80% of them are using our methodology, which is the NA alcohol dehydrogenase and NADH, and I can't imagine if if there were any major issues with alcohol testing using that methodology. Why would it wouldn't be that high of a...
As you testified, the goal in a clinical setting, obviously, is to test for the presence of alcohol, but you're not in the business of trying to sort of calculate BAC, correct?
No, we don't.
So your goals are to make sure that you're screening for the presence of alcohol, but you're not quite as concerned with the precise amount that you might see in, for instance, a whole blood test in a forensic lab.
Well, we result in terms of in the serum. We know the Massachusetts laws and laws across the nation are based on whole blood, but there are in the literature formulas that you can use if it were a medical legal case that one can use to convert our level to a blood alcohol. We don't do it in a hospital. We won't report a serum alcohol and then we don't do the conversion, but because it's a very rare event that that a level will end up in court. But there are forensic lab people that can provide that formula.
And when you get a test result from a serum test, that information does not establish when alcohol was consumed, correct?
Correct.
And so you're just looking at a specific point in time to say this is what the serum test reflects at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
Mr. Lally, any follow-up?
Just briefly. As far as the interferences or anything that would lead to elevated levels from your review of Ms. Reed's chart, was there anything like that present there?
I didn't see anything, no.
And the interferences would be accounted for in the sense of the machine would sort of vet them out and not result or not recorded in the chart if that were to occur. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
For the form of the question, I'll sustain the objection. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Dr. Fowler, with regard to the interferences that you were talking about, what, if any, impact would that have on the results being reported?
If there were the three major things that could interfere with the result, like high lipids, hemolysis, or high bilirubin, our machine would flag that, and we would have some information that a result may not be valid. And sometimes we will report a result with a disclaimer, or sometimes if those levels are so high, we won't report it at all. But in this case, there were no flags.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Little, or are you all set?
If I could have one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Ms. Little's handled the cross for both the doctors today. Looks like we're about to the end here.
Right, this one over here.
Mr. Yanetti's like, look, I hope you find it because I have no clue what this guy's talking about.
No further questions.
All right, Dr. Fowler, thank you, and I'm sorry I gave you such a bad time.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just go start the fans. Start the fans. Jury's bailiff's like,
The
yep,
next witness, Mr. Lally.
fire him up.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Nicholas Roberts to the stand. Your Honor, may we approach just while the witness is coming in?
Yes.
Roberts, witness number 48. Wow, that was weird. Left to right, zoom. Nicholas Roberts, right? Is that what I heard or said? That was sort of painful. Both those doctors struggled. The first one more in the delivery. The second one in explaining it in ways that that us common folk who are not medically proficient, at least when terminology comes to play, could understand. Like when he was asked to explain the centrifuge, I think he lost people in the first sentence. All you need to say is we put the blood in vials with a special fluid in there that allows us to spin it really fast and separate it out. It's like, that's it. I helped that he said it was 3,300 rotations per minute. That's great. But the rest of the stuff is left.
Muted.
So we're muted. Yeah, Berkshire Hathaway, stock A. Hope you guys bought the dip. It was down to $165 today.
Give the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Now it's back up to over $600,000 a share.
I just need you to keep your voice up really loud. If you're too soft, we're going to have to turn off the air conditioning. Everyone's going to get mad at you.
No problem.
Ooh, he's got a work shirt.
All right,
Is that
Mr.
Thermo
Lally.
Fisher? Who is this?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury, sir?
Sure, my name is Nicholas Roberts, Roberts.
It is Thermo Fisher.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed with a company called Thermo Fisher as a field service engineer.
I'm
And
getting
how
paid
long
to wear
have
this
you been
shirt
doing
today.
Since November of last year.
And so prior to that, or prior to November of last year, 2023, where did you work before that?
I was in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the toxicology unit.
And how long did you work in the toxicology unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Since October of 2014.
Now, if I could turn your attention to prior to joining the lab for the Massachusetts State Police, can you talk a little bit about your educational background? Where did you go to school and what did you go to school for?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology from Mercyhurst University. That's in Erie, Pennsylvania. And then I also have a master's degree in forensic toxicology from the University of Glasgow in Scotland.
Now, after receiving your degree from the University of Glasgow in Scotland, where did you go from there?
I returned home to the British Virgin Islands, where I taught at a community college.
And what did you teach there?
Mainly chemistry and a term or two of physics.
And then following your teaching in the Virgin Islands, where did you go from there?
I was hired then at the Mass State Police Crime Lab.
Now, when you're initially hired at the Mass State Police Crime Lab, you're working initially as a forensic scientist 1, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your duties and responsibilities are, what your work looks like as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist 1, you're essentially going through all the trainings that they provide at the lab. We do a number of different testing, mainly on blood and urine, looking for the presence of drugs and alcohol. We also do serum conversions and retrogrades. So during your training period, I started as a FS1, so that went up until I was fully signed off to actually write reports that would be issued to ADAs across the whole of Massachusetts, in which I became a forensic scientist 2.
And so what are the difference, sir, between sort of your work as a forensic scientist 1 versus your work as a forensic scientist 2?
So essentially as a 2, you're essentially fully trained and you're able to do all the testing that we do in-house. You also are able to go and give testimony based on the reports that you write, whereas in a forensic scientist 1, you're still in that training process.
And did you work essentially as a forensic scientist 2 from that point in time till the time that you left the lab in November of 23?
Yes.
Now, with reference to while you were working at the lab, was there sort of an ongoing, continuing educational component?
Yeah, so we would habitually receive articles based on different discoveries within the forensic field. So different ways they would find certain types of drugs in different bodily fluids. It's always a revolving door when it comes to drugs being discovered as well as being manufactured, what's illicit on the street, et cetera, et cetera. We would often get different articles, just research papers based on what they're doing to discover these things within the matrices that we are looking at.
Now, in addition to that, while you worked at the lab, what, if any, are you familiar with the term proficiency testing?
Yes.
And what, if any, proficiency testing would you undergo while you were at the lab?
So we receive both in-house and external proficiency tests. Essentially, the process would be just the same. The only difference would be we'd have internal people sending us samples as if it came from an external source. And then the external proficiency testing that we receive is actually part of our accreditation. So it came in just like regular samples, and we would test it accordingly per our protocols.
And as far as the proficiency testing that you undertook over the course of your time at the lab, did you pass each of those tests?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned a little bit as far as accreditation with regard to the lab. What, if any, accreditation did the State Police Crime Lab have?
We had accreditation. It's a internationally accreditation board for forensic scientists, as well as any kind of lab in particular, and the branch that our lab would have fall under. We have a certain set of rules that we have to adhere to. Mainly it's a standard known as an ISO 17025, but we have a different accreditation board, and they have narrower requirements because of the type of lab that we are.
It may be pretty well understood, but that as far as the accreditation is concerned, that's done through an external entity, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the lab, as far as your assignment of work, at the time that you left the lab, about how many forensic scientists were working within the lab in your toxicology?
By the time that I left?
Yes.
So within the toxicology unit, there was one more when at the time that I left.
And as far as you and sort of the other forensic scientists too, the time that you worked at the lab, was there some sort of rotation, or how were you assigned work as it related to your work in the toxicology?
So throughout my time there, we had more forensic scientists, ones and twos, and we would delegate each type of assignments that we would look for to different types of testing. On a monthly basis, we would get a different group of tests that we would perform throughout that month, and it would rotate to the next person as the month, at the end of the month. So that's how we did the testing.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to May of 2022, you're working with the lab at that time, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you assigned to serum conversions at that particular time?
I was, yes.
And at some point were you specifically assigned to a case involving a Ms. Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, as far as a serum conversion is concerned, if you could explain to the jury sort of what goes into that process and what is it that you're reviewing or you're looking at, how is a serum conversion, what is it, and how is it performed?
Sure. So with serum conversions, usually what happens is that we get hospital results. So that would be the police or the ADAs would get results from the hospitals that whoever was attended to. We get the results, and usually hospital alcohol results they use serum in order to test alcohol. Serum is essentially the liquid portion of blood. Let's say, for instance, you fall and you cut yourself, that red stuff that comes out, that has serum within it. What the hospital does, they centrifuge it or spin it very fast in order to get the red blood cells, the white blood cells, and all kinds of the heavier materials out of that blood. And what's left is the serum. So they use that to test their alcohol. What studies have shown is that we actually tend to have a higher alcohol concentration in serum than in blood. So what that means is that due to the chemical nature of alcohol, it likes to stay in that liquid portion more than throughout the whole blood. So a serum conversion essentially is able to convert the alcohol content from that serum that we get from the hospital into what it would be in whole blood.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion in regard to Ms. Reed's medical records?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a document, just ask you to review that with something finished. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So this is the serum conversion report that I made, with the calculations were made on May 3rd of 2022.
And as far as the result that you received, in addition, so what kind of materials did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
We got the medical records.
May I approach the witness again?
Yes.
My apologies, Your Honor. If I could, looking for the exhibits. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 106. And directing your attention to this last page contained within this document here. Is that a portion of the medical records that you reviewed in regard to Ms. Reed's serum alcohol level?
Yes.
And if you could, what was reported in the medical records that you reviewed and using in your serum conversion analysis as far as the level?
The level was at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And so, with regard to that 93 milligrams per deciliter, I'm sorry, was there also a time that specimen was collected as far as your review of those records?
Yes.
And what was that time, sir?
It was at 9 in the morning, 9:08.
Now, as far as, just in terms of the general term as far as forensic science, what you did at the lab, can you explain what that term means or what you did in relation to that?
What do you mean specifically?
That was very poorly phrased. Let me try to restate that a bit. What is your understanding of forensic science, and can you explain that to me?
Oh, forensic science is essentially a scientific study based on anything dealing with the law. So whether it comes to ballistics or DNA analysis or toxicology like I did, anything focused or based on the law or for legal purposes, essentially that's what forensic science kind of encapsulates.
And forensic toxicology, would that sort of be a subset of forensic science?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding based on your training and experience, what is forensic toxicology?
So toxicology in general is essentially just a study of poisons, plainly speaking. So anything that'd be harmful to the body, essentially that would be toxicology, because you also not only have forensic toxicology, but you also have like environmental. And the forensic toxicology is just, like I said, again, with the forensic science, it's just basing it on things for legal purposes.
Now, through your training experience, are you familiar with sort of the difference between a serum plasma level versus a whole blood level?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding is of each and what, if any, differences there are between the two?
So just plainly, your serum plasma level, or the serum plasma is what it's called. It could be referred to as either or one or the other. So that is just the alcohol level in your serum, whereas your whole blood is your alcohol content or regular BAC in the whole blood. This difference between the two is, like I said previously, in your serum or plasma, that alcohol content would be higher as it would have been in the whole blood.
Now, as far as the milligrams per deciliter, how that's reported in the Good Samaritan medical records referencing Ms. Reed that you reviewed in this case, is that typical as far as how hospitals would report sort of the serum plasma levels?
Yeah, per my experience and all the times that I've seen serum conversions come through the lab, milligram per deciliters are the units that they use from the hospital, yeah.
Now, as far as that 93 milligrams per deciliter, what, if anything, with regard to serum conversion, what, if anything, are you then able to do to convert that to a BAC or a blood alcohol concentration?
So, based on some studies, they came up with a few different conversion factors, knowing that the blood alcohol content would be higher than the serum plasma content. They're able to apply different conversion factors to the numbers that we would get in serum. And we usually get, excuse me, we usually give a low, an average, and a high, being that it's kind of hard to say what one particular person's conversion factor would be between the two of them, since it's dependent upon like age, sex, the water content, what you had to eat that day. So it's harder to pinpoint, therefore we give a good range as what it could possibly be pertaining just in case a person converts, or their conversion would be a lot lower or higher. So we give a good range.
And as far as those different conversion factors, where do those come from?
It's based on some studies. I don't remember the actual names of the papers that were thing, but they are based on studies throughout the forensic world when it comes to looking at specifically testing blood and serum to find that conversion factor.
And as far as those studies are concerned, do they come from sort of different population bases? Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's how they were able to get the range of conversion factors that they use.
Now, as far as the water within the serum, or sort of how that works with the centrifuge, what, if any, relationship does that have to the reading that you get or the conversion factors that you use?
So the water content, essentially, if the serum being the liquid portion of the blood, water is also liquid, it makes up some of that serum that you get from it. Therefore, your higher water content, more essentially the lower the concentration could be of that, or lower or higher, depending upon whether or not your water content in that sample is lower or higher.
So as far as those different conversion factors that you're using, this is essentially a mathematical calculation, is that right?
Yes.
And so the different conversion factors that you're using for the low, the average, and the high, what are those conversion factors?
So the low is a 1.18, with the average being a 1.14, and then the high being a 1.12.
And so based on your analysis as far as the medical records and what was reported to you, using those three conversion factors, what, if anything, did you come up with as far as the low and average and high for the 93 milligrams per deciliter?
So our values that were calculated for the low was a 0.078 gram percent. The high was a 0.083 gram percent, with the average being a 0.081.
Now, sir, with reference to the alcohol that's reported in the records, are you familiar with, are there different types of alcohol?
Yes.
And can you explain sort of what those types are and what the differences are or where they come from?
Sure. So there are multiple different types of alcohol, mainly based on the number of carbons that are within that molecule. You start off with methanol, which is one carbon. Methanol you can find in like some rubbing alcohols. You can find them in many different labs. You have big, large vials of them. Ethanol, which has 2 carbons. That one is the common one that is in our alcoholic beverages, and it goes all the way up isopropanol, octanol, etc. It all depends on the number of carbons in the chain of it.
And the type that's reported within Ms. Reed's medical records, that was ethanol, correct?
Correct.
And so, with regard to your training experience as a forensic toxicologist, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to alcohol?
Sure. So alcohol is what is classified as a central nervous system depressant, and essentially the name kind of gives it away as to what it does. Your central nervous system is responsible for essentially all your movements, both involuntary and voluntary. So the way you move your head, the way you blink, the way you breathe, the central nervous system is responsible for all of that. With a depressant introduced into the body, it affects that central nervous system, causing things to slow down. So that's essentially what depressant means. It's going to slow down certain processes that a central nervous system would be in charge of. So you can have delayed reaction times. It can cause drowsiness.
Ask another question.
Yeah, he was doing a good job. As far as a central nervous depressant affecting the body.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Go ahead.
There are many different effects that you can see, or side effects from having a central nervous system depressant in the body. Lethargy, sleepiness, drowsiness, unable to walk properly, any kind of any one of those tests that you see on TV from the police when they try to get your horizontal gaze and they try to make sure you're coordinated, it can affect all those things.
They're always trying to
Sir,
get you.
Are you also familiar through your training and experience of working in forensic toxicology with a term known as retrograde extrapolation?
Yep.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
So a retrograde extrapolation is essentially another calculation, but it allows you to be able to calculate what the possible blood alcohol content would have been at a time prior to when the blood was drawn. Say, for instance, blood was drawn at 2, you could essentially figure out what the blood alcohol content would have been at 10 in the morning prior to it.
And that's done with the calculation as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, what are some of the types of information that you would need to know or that you would want to know in order to perform a retrograde extrapolation?
We need to know, one, for sure, what the alcohol content would have been. We also need to know the time that the blood was drawn, as well as the time of the last alcohol consumption.
Now, in regard to timing, as far as what, if any, limitations are there in regard to performing retrograde extrapolation as it pertains to timing is concerned?
So when we do these calculations, anything that's shorter than 2 hours, we usually don't do that conversion.
And why is that, sir?
Because we're built in within our calculations, we allow for 2 hours. That has to do with the way that alcohol leaves the body. If the alcohol is still being absorbed by the body, we want to give it enough time to get to a point where it's coming out of the body as opposed to increasing in the body. So that 2 hours puts the person at a point in which that alcohol be coming out as opposed to it being absorbed.
So there are essentially 3 different sort of phases as far as intake of the alcohol into the body through dissipation. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have usually there's a well-known kind of metabolism route to which alcohol metabolizes out of the body. Yes.
And so, can you describe to the jury sort of that metabolism process as far as how it starts to its end point?
Sure. So with having, let's say, 1 drink, what the body begins to do at that point is absorb the alcohol. Usually you get like a steady line that increases with time. So if you think of a regular chart where you have the level of alcohol in the body versus time, which would be on the y-axis or the x-axis at the bottom. As time goes along, after your first drink, the body starts to absorb the alcohol. If that was your only drink and that was it, the body then at a certain point, it stops absorbing it because there's no more to absorb, and it plateaus. So essentially the line goes straight. After that point, the body starts to eliminate it at this point. And then your level or your concentration of alcohol within the body decreases with time as it's getting rid of it.
And so there's sort of the absorption phase, the plateau, and then the elimination phase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that in the course of your analysis for retrograde extrapolation, it's important to know sort of when the last drink was. Is that right?
Yes.
And why is that?
That way we can get a good time in and figure out the amount of time that has passed between the last drink as well as the time that the blood was taken.
Now, did you perform a retrograde extrapolation analysis with regard to Ms. Reed's BAC or the converted BAC from the serum conversion?
I did.
And so with reference to Ms. Reed, as far as you looked at obviously the hospital records, you looked at the serum conversion report, what, if anything else, did you review or look at in coming to that retrograde extrapolation analysis?
We usually get a police incident report, and that usually identifies the time in which, per their narrative, what time in which they had the last drink.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So again, presenting you with the document, if you could just look at that and look up and finish. Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize it?
This is the retrograde extrapolation report that I did for the subject of Karen Reed.
Now, with respect to the time that you utilized in that report, as far as when was the time that you utilized as far as the last drink or time of operation?
The time that was utilized as the last drink, it was at 12:45.
That'd be 12:45 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And so you're using that to sort of extrapolate from 9:08 a.m. when the 93 milligram per deciliter is reported from Good Samaritan to 12:45 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to that 12:45 a.m., what, if any, difference would it make if it were a little bit off of that? Say it was 12:30 a.m. or it was 1 or 1:10 a.m. What, if any, impact would that have on your conversion?
So we tend to go by hours. So we kind of round to the nearest, I think, 15-minute interval. So a couple minutes or 10 to 20 minutes for forward or behind of that 1245, it wouldn't change the results by a lot, if any.
And similar to the serum conversion, is this done with different conversion factors as far as a low, an average, and a high?
So we usually just calculate a minimum and a maximum for the retrograde, and that incorporates some conversions as well.
Now, as far as the minimum versus the maximum, what do each of those sort of signify, or how do you come to those mathematical calculations?
So with the minimum calculation, we incorporate the 2-hour period. So we assume that maybe that 1245 wasn't, the body wasn't at that point finished with the elimination. It wasn't in the elimination phase, so we allow it for 2 hours ahead of it. We also have a conversion factor. Once again, this is a study that was done to see the elimination rate of different people within a population, what rate they would get alcohol out of their system per hour. So we applied the lower limit, which was a 0.1 gram percent per hour, with that 2-hour allotted time interval, and then we use the lower serum conversion number, the one that was converted on the lower end. We use all of that in the calculation in order to come up with the minimum. The maximum one uses the opposite, so it uses the higher converted serum conversion number with the higher elimination rate, using the full amount of time.
And these calculations of these conversion factors are all based on sort of medical studies that you reviewed in literature that goes into your training?
Yeah, all of it was part of the training, and they came up with those numbers prior to even when I was hired there. But it is based on multiple different studies in that, looking at that elimination rate.
And so from your calculations when it came to the minimum with regard to the retrograde extrapolation, what, if any, calculation, what, if any, result did you come from with your calculations as it pertained to the minimum?
So the minimum amount that was calculated would have been a 0.135 gram percent.
And that's essentially reporting in a blood alcohol concentration, is that correct?
Correct.
And then with regard to the maximum, what, if any, result did you get from your mathematical calculations in regard to that?
The result was a 0.292 gram percent.
And so that range that you receive is a bit of a wide range. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And why is that?
So we base those calculations, they're based on that conversion that I did from the hospital results from serum, giving us a good range of values in the first place, but then we incorporate the retrograde extrapolation one, which uses a time factor, and that 2-hour difference using 2 different elimination rates, that causes a wider span of values, and it's just so that it can encompass essentially anybody within the general population, that they would be somewhere in between that lower limit and that upper limit.
So essentially, from those mathematical calculations, anyone within sort of the general population with that result would be somewhere between the 0.13 and the 0.29, correct?
Correct.
When did they say she stopped drinking?
Yes.
When was her last drink? Just before midnight? Everybody else drank when they got home. Did she drink when she got home? Was that from her own statement, or that was just like a
I can have one moment.
guesstimate?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay. Miss Little?
Miss Little's on fire today.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You used a method called retrograde extrapolation to reach your sort of opinions and conclusions in this case, correct?
Yeah, it was a calculation.
And that means that you rely on an assumption that a trend will continue beyond sort of observable data.
So The metabolism is actually pretty well studied. So we know that that elimination rate, unless you introduce more alcohol into the system, it declines at that rate. And it's pretty linear.
Exactly. So in other words, certain assumptions are incredibly important for you to reach your analysis.
Sure.
And that includes sort of the timing of the very last drink that the individual had. Is that right?
Yes.
If your drinking pattern is sort of different than what you assume for purposes of your calculation, then you'd agree that your entire extrapolation would be incorrect. Is that right?
Yes, it could be.
And again, those assumptions sort of included the time of the incident, right?
Yes.
And importantly, the time of the last drink.
So those two will be what we use. It's the time of the blood draw as well as the time of the incident or last drink.
And your report acknowledges that the testing that was used to obtain ethanol results in this case was not performed by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Correct.
And for that reason, the report and those results do not fall under your forensic lab accreditation standards.
Correct.
The Massachusetts State Police, as you testified, is an accredited forensic lab.
Yes.
And so you're required to meet certain minimum standards in order to uphold that.
Yes.
And you'd agree that those accreditation standards are different from accreditation standards that, say, a hospital lab might have?
They can be.
And do you ever work on testing within the Massachusetts State Police Lab for serum tests or whole blood tests?
So we did test blood and serum for alcohol content at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, yes.
And their typical protocols are to use whole blood tests.
We use whole blood or serum.
In terms of the machinery that's used with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you'd agree that the gold standard is gas chromatography and mass spectrometry machines.
Usually with a headspace detector.
I'll let it go ahead. You can answer that.
Usually with a headspace detector, yes.
And that would detect whole blood rather than serum.
No, it just detects any volatile substance.
But you'd agree that a serum test, usually, as you testified, has a much higher level than whole blood.
Yeah, due to the nature of the substance itself.
And so you kind of have to go through this extra step of trying to extrapolate, okay, how do I convert this to get to whole blood?
So what we incorporated anytime we had a serum sample submitted to the lab for alcohol testing, we actually did the same serum conversion in order to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been.
And that's an extra step that you have to take using conversion factors, correct?
Yep, there's a calculation.
You're not actually testing for ethanol in the blood. You're testing for an ADH, and then you have to do a conversion to get it to what a whole blood test would just automatically show you.
Yeah, so we get the serum level, and then we convert it via calculation.
And typically, in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you would do what's called confirmatory testing.
Yeah, so we have a screening method as well as a confirmatory test, correct.
And confirmatory testing means that you take two separate samples and you test both of those.
Essentially, well, our protocol involved testing in duplicate, but that's not always the case for the other drugs that we tested. We essentially have a screening test, which is one type of test, and then the confirmatory test would be a separate test, or sometimes even the same test, just we run the sample again.
And the reason you typically would do two tests is to ensure that there's no error in the testing.
Correct.
And that acts as a fail-safe against false positives. You agree with that? And it also ensures that you're testing the correct sample.
Correct.
And in this case, obviously, you didn't conduct any of the testing.
Correct.
You're just assuming the accuracy of a single test that was performed by a hospital.
Actually.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
And so if the clinical results are invalid, then your extrapolation is going to be invalid.
Yes.
Now, you discussed a lot about sort of serum testing and conversion rates. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah.
And you'd agree that the precise conversion rate between serum ethanol levels and whole blood ethanol levels is almost impossible to accurately predict.
For each individual person, it would be difficult, yes.
And that's because the amount of water in our blood is scientifically impossible to predict with accuracy.
I'm not aware of any kind of test that would do that, so yeah.
Because individuals are different, right?
Yes.
And so the conversions that you use are based on averages from scientific studies.
Yes.
But you'd agree that in certain instances, people can fall outside of that average range.
Yeah.
In fact, a comparison of hospital serum alcohol levels, they range quite wildly. You'd agree with that?
Yeah.
In fact, you're aware that some studies show that a conversion rate from serum alcohol to blood alcohol can be as high as 1.59%.
I wasn't aware of those numbers, but yeah, it could range. That's why we give a wide range, and you could lie on the outskirts of either side.
And so that would mean that the actual blood alcohol content, once it goes through the conversion rate, would be much, much lower than sort of the average conversion rate that you relied on.
Yeah, it could be both higher and lower.
And that includes that range that you gave, right?
Yeah, it could fall outside the range.
You'd agree that the more imprecise an extrapolation is, the less reliable it is.
Yeah, you do have to base it on good, your starting blocks have to be good. So you have to know the times in which the blood was drawn, the time of the incident, and essentially what your value was for your BAC.
And the time of the last drink, you'd want to know that?
So we would put that around the time, yeah, either the time of the last drink or the incident date.
And so the more sort of unknowns you're trying to account for, you'd agree the less reliable your end result is going to be.
It could be, yes.
And you'd agree that sort of the range you gave in this case, which was 0.135 to 0.292, that's a very, very large disparity.
Yeah.
Almost a sort of 120% swing.
Yeah.
That would be the equivalent of, for example, predicting a child's going to grow somewhere from 6 feet to 14 feet.
Check.
Sustained.
It's a very large number. You'd agree with that?
Yeah, there's a large range, like I said, due to the factors involved in the calculation. That's how it gets so large.
And that's because you're acting with a lot of unknowns in this case.
Yes.
Now, you testified that your retrograde extrapolation assumes that Ms. Reed reached the elimination phase of processing alcohol at or before sort of 12:45 a.m.
Yeah, we allow for, we start for the maximum at the 12:45, and then it would have been 2:45 for the minimum.
And so for purposes of your calculation, if Ms. Reed drank alcohol after 12:45 a.m. and before her blood was drawn at 9:08 a.m., your entire calculation would be invalid.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Hey, Mr. Lally.
Just brief, please.
So in this instance, Mr. Roberts, you're dealing with a time of incident that was known, correct?
Yes, it was given to me that it was at 12:45.
And as far as the BAC or the serum conversion that was coming from a medical record, as far as, so that was known as well at 9:08 in the morning?
The time that the blood was drawn, yeah, that was known as well.
Now, as far as the question you were just asked, if the defendant drank alcohol after 12:45, does that include sort of shortly after 12:45, or how long after 12:45 would it take in order to affect your calculations or your retrograde extrapolation?
It's hard to say where that would have skewed it. It would have definitely caused a different time frame depending on how long after the incident or the reported last drink, if there was another drink in between there. It just shortened up the amount of time that would have been prior to the blood draw for sure.
What I'm asking is, would it have any significant impact, or would there be any difference if the last drink was, say, at 1 a.m. versus 5 a.m.?
So that would be a 4-hour difference. So essentially that could, given the conversion rates, that would put the numbers very different, yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is, so the 5 a.m. would significantly impact your calculations, correct?
Yes.
The 1 a.m., would that significantly impact your calculations?
No.
Copy.
Okay. You all set, Ms. Little?
If I could just ask one question. You said that you were given 12:45 as the time that you sort of based your analysis on. And
yes.
To be clear, that was not something that was provided to you by my client, right?
No.
That was something that was provided to you from a police report.
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay. All right, Mr. Roberts, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Michael Trotta to the stand.
Michael Trotta. I like this last witness, Nicholas Roberts. Didn't have a dog in the fight at all. That's a bad analogy. Huh? He had no money in the game, so to speak. I don't know. I don't want to use an analogy that's not. It was pretty cool. Plus, he was wearing his company's shirt, hopefully for a bonus.
Remain standing and face the clerk.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearings for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Man, this guy looks familiar.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
I'm not talking about the movie Up. Where's he from?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Trotta, Trotta.
And where do you live, sir?
Sharon, Mass.
How long have you lived in Sharon?
Long in Sharon since '82.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I am the superintendent of public works for the town of Canton.
And how long have you held that position as superintendent of public works?
Since 2003.
And did you work for the town of Canton prior to 2003?
No.
The snowplow driver's boss,
now,
right?
With regard to being the superintendent of public works, can you describe to the jury sort of what are your duties and responsibilities when it comes to that work?
Typical management duties of staffing, controlling, directing, working on the budget, working on scheduling, long-term scheduling, 5 to 10 years, capital planning, overall operations, the day-to-day operations, what it takes to maintain a water system, a sewer system, the road system.
Now, with reference to, if I could turn your attention back to late January, early February of 2022. At some point in early February, were you contacted by a trooper in regard to a blizzard that had happened the week before?
Yes.
And do you recall who that trooper was, or how they contacted you?
I believe it was Michael Porter, and I believe the contact was by phone.
Now, with reference to that trooper, is that someone that you knew or you had spoken to before in any way?
No.
And prior to that date, did you know a John O'Keefe or a Karen Reed or anybody?
No.
And as far as anybody within an Albert family within the town of Canton, were you familiar with them? Did you know them at the time?
No.
Now, when you were contacted in that early February of 2022 with regard to the blizzard the week before, what if anything, was the trooper asking you? What kind of information were they looking for?
He wanted to know what the procedure was when we prepare and staff a snowstorm.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the procedure, or what at that time, what was the procedure, and what was sort of the makeup of what Canton DPW would do with regard to a snowstorm?
Well, we have the town is divided up into, I believe, 29 plow routes, several main routes, and side routes. The routes are generally somewhere between 3 miles and 3.5 miles long. And we have 30, I think back then we had 39 pieces of our own and probably 30-something private plow trucks. We try very hard to have 2 trucks on a route, but we generally don't get enough. So if we try to have a town truck on a route with a private plow on a route. The private plow is procured through a bid process. They have to have a contract. They have to have insurance, liability insurance, and they have to show that they've paid their taxes to the state and that they have workers' comp. And they have a contract with the town. Then the operations manager is in charge of the on-site, boots on the ground, if you want to call it that. He'll assign the specific truck and the private contractor to a route. Generally, the day before, maybe 12, 18 hours before, the two of us talk. We try to schedule the overtime so that you're not going home at 3 o'clock and then you're getting woken up at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning to come back. We like to schedule it so when the guys go home, they know when they're going to come back. To the best of our ability, that's what we'll do. We'll tell the contractors when they are expected. And generally, if we're plowing, it starts with a sanding operation. So we would have a sanding fleet, which is maybe a dozen trucks. They'll come in early, and then the rest of the public works people come in at a scheduled time.
And so there'd be about, and correct me if I'm wrong, there'd be about 30 some odd trucks that were sort of DPW trucks?
A few more. I'm not sure the exact number. It's probably 37 or 38 because that counts sidewalk plows too. So there may be, I think there's 3 sidewalk plows, so there's probably 34 or 35, we'll say, between medium-sized trucks and the big construction trucks.
And that was sort of my next question. As far as the DPW trucks are concerned, do they vary in size, or what is sort of the range in size of the town truck?
They'll go from a pickup, 2-ton pickup, F-150 or F-250 Ford, if you're familiar with that, to a medium-duty 20,000 to 22,000 pound truck, up to a large construction truck, which is generally 26, 28,000 pounds.
Now,
the large truck is a 6-wheel truck.
And as far as the other trucks, the private ones, those would sort of be subcontracted out through the bidding process, is that correct?
Yes.
And would the range, as far as the size of those trucks, would that be similar or something different?
They are pickup trucks, usually lighter pickup trucks. There may be a couple of front-end loaders. There's probably, I don't think there's any big heavy-duty trucks, but they're probably pickups. There might be couple of Jeeps, pickups. Again, medium duty, like an F-350 or F-450 pickup. Those are Fords, and loaders.
Now, with respect to questions or what you were asked about by the trooper, was there a specific sort of street or plow route that the trooper was inquiring about?
I believe he asked who was down, that's Fairview, or down in the Cedar Crest area, that's what we call it. I believe that's what he asked me.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Just look at that, look up when you finish.
I don't remember him being asked if it was snowing that night. Did I miss that part?
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This would be a plow plan for that day. It's a plow plan for the season, but it is particularly a plow plan for that storm of January 28th through January 29 of 2022.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm out to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Okay.
I have no objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 109. Thank you.
Sure, when it comes to that form for you that's now been marked as Exhibit 109, I just have a couple questions for you in regard to what's listed there. So with regard to the top of the page, there's a listing as far as 1/28/2022 Boulevard, 11 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And what does that mean, sir?
That means that the first group of workforce, which would be the Sanders, were scheduled to come in at 11 o'clock that night.
Now, as far as the next entry going across the top of the page has 1/29/2022, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as what's listed as W&S/BM/REC at 2 a.m., what does that mean?
W&S would be water and sewer. BM would be building maintenance. REC would be the rec. And they are scheduled, that would be the balance of the Canton's workforce. They were scheduled to come in at 2 o'clock in the morning.
And that 2 a.m., would that be at the same sort of central location?
Yes, they would all report to the Bolivar Street garage. I think that address is 150 Bolivar Street.
Now, as far as the next listing, it states contractors at 3 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is that referring to?
That would refer to all the private contractors that would be plowing that day. So again, it's staged.
And sort of the last sort of notation on the top of that, it indicates out at 5 a.m., 1/30/2022. Is that correct?
That would be when we completed and everybody went home.
Now, with reference to the Cedar Crest neighborhood or the area that would include Fairview Road, there's different route numbers that are assigned, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And which route number would include Fairview?
That would be Lower Cedar Crest number 11.
And from that would include Lower Cedar Crest, Kings, Fairview, and Spring, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the vehicles and the vehicle types that were assigned to that route pursuant to this list, what types were they and who was assigned to?
Truck 30, which would be a Town of Canton truck. That's a 43 International. Brian Lochran would be the driver. The 43 International is a medium duty truck. The next up would be 7400 International. That would be the large construction truck. And there is an absolute, a by the yard 4x6, which is I believe that's a small 1-ton dump. That would have been the private contractor that was on the route with the city truck.
And so that truck 30, the 4300 International, is that a bigger truck or a smaller truck than the 1-ton?
Then please again? Then the 1-ton?
Yes.
It's a larger truck. It's a, like a 3 to 5 cubic yard truck, and the large truck is like an 8 to 10 cubic yard dump. That's a dump truck.
And as far as the height on that International, would that be, how much would it be, taller or shorter than say a 1-ton dump?
If you want, I would estimate that if you're sitting in the driver's seat of a car, you're probably 2.5 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of a 1-ton, you're somewhere around 3 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of this 4300, you're probably somewhere around 4 to 4.5 feet. And when you're sitting in the big construction truck, you're another 8 to 10 inches, 5 feet plus.
Now, when you're driving, or when the plow drivers are plowing the roads, what, if any, sort of instructions are they given as far as how to first start plowing the roads when they first come upon sort of dropping the plows and going over?
If we're in a plowable situation, which is kind of hard to define, it's generally when we feel that traffic is impeded or may not be able to safely get up and down the street. So that's probably anywhere around 2 inches. They're instructed, and we're expecting a heavy snow. They're instructed to plow the middle of the road, keep the middle of the road open, and as they make their way through the route, they're supposed to push back a little bit. If they try to clean a whole lane and then come back and do the lane again, generally they end up being in trouble and they can't keep up if it's a heavy snow. So they're instructed to plow the middle of the road, to keep the roads open as much as they can before they do their finished cleanup.
If I may have one moment, Sean?
Yes.
The plows don't have dash cams, I assume. Maybe we get the plow driver next. We could ask him if he saw that somebody, did it look like somebody had dropped plow for about a foot in front of the 34 Fairview home?
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, Mr. Prado.
Sir, Michael Proctor called you on February 3rd of 2022. Does that sound right?
It may be. I'm not sure of the date.
It was within days of the big snowstorm, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was investigating the death of John O'Keefe, which had occurred on January 29th, correct?
I did not know that.
Had you heard that there was a police officer who was found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
Well, I knew, yes. I knew.
It was fairly big news at the
time,
correct? And were you aware that that was why Michael Proctor was calling you related to that investigation?
After he called and identified himself, he said that is why he was calling.
Of course. Now, you spoke with him over the phone only, correct?
Yes.
Never came down to the DPW to meet you in person, correct?
Not me, no.
And he never asked to interview any of your employees, correct?
We may have discussed who was on that route and who plowed, but I'm not sure at that time if he had told me he was going to go talk to anybody else.
Oh, so it's your testimony that you may have told him the identity of the plow driver when you spoke with him on February 3rd over the phone?
I may have, but I am not positive.
You don't have a memory of him asking you who the plow driver was?
He asked, no. I don't have a memory of his exact questions.
But leaving aside the exact wording of his questions, it's fair to say you don't have a memory of him asking you who plowed Fairview Road on January 29th. Is that fair to say?
He asked me about, I believe he asked me about this plow list.
About the what? The plow list?
This plow list.
Right, but on the plow list, there's the name by the yard, correct?
Yes.
All right. There's also, to the left of that, an indication of the name of the plow driver, and it's just a first name and a last initial,
yes.
Correct?
Yes.
It doesn't spell out the whole last name, does it?
No.
But you know the full last name, correct?
Yes.
You have a limited number of employees, right? It's not a 1,000-person company, right?
Yes.
All right. And you're well familiar that Brian L. is Brian Laughlin, right?
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you have any memory of whether the name Brian Laughlin was brought up during that phone call with Michael Proctor?
I may have said to him that's who BL was, but I did I believe I referred him to the operations manager to double check who was on plowing that day.
Okay. You say you may have mentioned the name Brian L. or Brian Laughlin, but again, I'm just trying to drill down on what your memory is. Do you have a memory one way or the other as to whether the name Brian Laughlin came up in that conversation?
If you ask me, do I remember 100%? No.
Okay. In any case, Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, never asked to speak with Brian Laughlin when he talked to you over the phone, correct?
He did not ask me, no.
I'm going to allow the question and answer.
And how short was that phone call with Michael Proctor?
Please say 22
If I tell you, you're going to ask me, how do I know for sure? I would say a few minutes, whatever a few minutes is.
I'm going to accept that answer. And you would agree with me that after, and you, by the way, you were trying to be helpful, correct?
Yes.
After that couple or 3-minute phone conversation, you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor never followed up again with you personally.
That's a good question. I am not sure.
Okay. Well, I'd like to direct your attention to about a week and a half later, specifically the date of February 14th of 2022, which maybe you don't remember the precise date, but around that time period, you came into work around that time period, and you learned that a defense investigator named Paul Mikowski had left his business card for you with somebody on the DPW staff, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Yes.
I do not.
Sir, that means you
don't answer that question. I think he's going to ask one that's an appropriate one for you to answer, okay?
All right.
Do you recall when you came into work receiving a business card from Paul Mikowski?
No.
Do you recall calling Paul Mikowski back?
No.
Do you recall speaking to any investigator from the defense at any point within a couple of weeks after you spoke to Trooper Proctor?
No.
Do you deny telling Paul Makowski to call Bill Walsh?
Objection.
Sustained.
Who is Bill Walsh?
Billy Walsh is the operations manager for
The Highway Department supervisor?
Yes.
Did the name Bill Walsh ever come up in your conversation with Michael Proctor back on February 3rd?
Objection.
Did that name come up when you first spoke with Trooper Proctor?
Again, I believe I mentioned it, but I am not positive.
Is it fair to say that the Canton DPW has their own plowing and sanding trucks?
Yes.
Does one of them in particular have a nickname?
If they do, I don't know what they are.
Have you heard one of your trucks being called Frankenstein?
Objection.
Sustained.
Frankenstein.
You don't drive the trucks, correct?
No, I do not.
But Brian Loughran does?
Yes, he does.
And Brian Loughran was driving the truck that plowed Fairview on January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
Objection.
Let me have a moment.
Yes. It'll stand. The answer will stand, Mr. Lally.
I mean, just have a moment.
You don't tell the boss the nicknames. So Frankenstein plowed the road. Why do they call it Frankenstein? It's like a conglomerate of all the other plow truck pieces. They made one working truck out of like 15 unworking trucks, non-working trucks.
Sure.
Of course, it's just ugly.
The witness or the sidebar?
The witness.
Yes.
Sorry.
Hey, Redford, is this? Do you choose a new name?
Well, I have, yes.
You're able to read the exhibit that you have in front of you?
Yes.
Terrific. I'm handing you another document, sir, and I would ask if you would compare that document with the document you have in front of you and tell the jury if it's the same document or not.
Trying to see what they're trying to find here from this supervisor.
It appears to be.
Does it appear to be identical?
Yes.
I will take the one back that does not have the exhibit sticker on it. Thank you, sir. And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, but may I just retrieve the exhibit?
Yes. All right, Mr. Trotto, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
All right.
You have another witness here, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Mr. Louis Jutras to the stand.
Louis Jutras? Is that what I heard? We didn't go from the supervisor to the plow driver.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and herein to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may take the stand.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Louis Jutras, Jutras.
And where do you live, sir?
Stoughton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Stoughton?
About 23 years.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I work for the town of Canton. I am the manager of the Information Systems Division of the Finance Department.
And
The what?
how long have you been
I'm
doing
sorry,
that?
what was the last part?
Of the Finance Department.
Thank you.
And sir, how long have you held that position?
Almost 25 years.
Now,
he holds the purse strings.
If you could explain to the jury, just as far as your job is concerned, what does that relate to, or what is it that you do as a director of informational services?
Sure. So my responsibilities are for the municipal departments and all the technology associated with that.
And does that include everything sort of from cell phones to GPS in town vehicles to security systems, things of that nature?
Yes.
Now,
why did I
with
hear
reference
finance?
To your department, how many people work in your department?
There's 3 of us in total, myself and 2 others.
So you essentially supervise the other 2 people as well?
Yes.
Now, at some point, if I could turn your attention to around the time of January 29th, 2022, some point after that, did someone from law enforcement or from a police department reach out to you in regard to security cameras or camera systems within the town of Canton?
Yes, I received a notification from the Lieutenant Gallagher that there was a motor vehicle incident in town, that the state police would be looking for some video footage.
And so you received an initial notification from Lieutenant Gallagher telling you that the state police would be reaching out looking for video.
Correct.
And at some point shortly after that, did you receive any sort of, did anybody from the state police reach out?
Yes. Trooper Dunn reached out. We had a phone conversation. And we had email correspondence relative to dates and times. We had pulled some footage from one site in Pequaside Farm that was put together. And then after that, there was a request for anything facing Washington Street, either from Town Hall or from the library.
And so as far as what was relayed to you by Trooper Dunn, what was sort of the description, or what was it that you, were they asking just specifically time frames, or did you get any other information as far as what you were looking at?
From what I recall on it, there were 2 different time frames, between 12 and 1, and then between 5 and 6. That was in our discussion and correspondence relative to Town Hall.
And just to be clear, that's from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. and then 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, as far as the Pequaside Farm, describe to the jury sort of what kind of location that is, or what kind of town property it is, and where it is in relation to the town.
Yes, so the physical area is off of Pleasant Street, which intersects with Washington Street, closest to Dedham Street and the police department. That's a large area, big white house, and we have cameras that, face the entrance, the street, and the surrounding building.
As far as the coverage from those cameras, have you had occasion on either this occasion or prior occasions or subsequent occasions to look at sort of the view that the camera gets from Pequaside Farm?
Yes, yeah. We have a straight shot down from the building, down the entrance driveway, right to the street. The other cameras that are around there's a couple of doorbell type cameras that physically focus on specific sections, and then other ones cover the general grounds around the building and the backside.
All right. So can I interrupt for a minute, sir? Could you please spell the name of the farm?
Yep, Pequaside. P-E-Q-U-I-T-S-I-D-E.
Thank you.
Just like it
Sir,
sounds.
Mr. Jutras, is it fair to say that the Pequaside Farm cameras cover more of the property and less of the street out in front? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that was the initial request was in regard to Pequaside, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the subsequent request, what was that in regard to?
That was for anything town hall or library that physically faced Washington Street.
And so the town hall and the library, sort of where are they situated in relation to each other and in relation to Washington Street?
Yep, so they physically abut on either side of Washington Street, right at the intersection of Sherman. They are diagonal to each other.
Now, as far as the recording devices or the cameras on town buildings within the town of Canton, are those are they sort of uniform, or does it vary from location to location, or vary within the location?
The physical model of the recorder, as far as the manufacturer, that is the same that we have across 15 different sites. The types of cameras do change, indoor, interior, exterior, doorbell, things like that. But all of the actual recording units are of the same manufacturer, just different sizes and models.
And as far as the town hall and the public library cameras, as far as the exterior cameras at least, they face in that area of Washington Street and actually capture portions of Washington Street?
Yes. Yep.
Now, as far as the cameras are concerned, particularly the exterior cameras that we're talking about as far as the library and the town hall, how are they sort of set up to record? Is it one continuous recording? Are they motion activated? How are they set up?
Yes, the cameras, based on size and so on, they are all set up for motion in pretty much all of our locations.
And as far as from your review of those cameras, is there any sort of indication on the footage as far as date and timestamp or anything like that?
Yes, we usually have it in one of the corners or someplace along when we have the video saved off and exported.
And when you were able to pull the video that the troopers were requesting, the date and timestamp affixed to those videos, was that accurate as to what the date and timestamp actually was at the time that it's recording?
Yes, I would believe so.
And sort of those date and timestamps, you know where they come from?
The system is linked to a time server, which is remote and is used from the national standards.
Now, as far as the video is concerned from those, they're motion activated, but how far back do they go as far as how many days pass before, does it get sort of overwritten at some point?
Yes, depending on the site, most of them, because of the motion activated, because of, various request types and so on, and the number of the cameras, we usually try to get about 30 days. There are some that go longer because the site is or isn't used as much. And then there are other ones where, specifically with the library, they only requested to have a maximum of 30 days on that device.
And so when you received this request from the troopers, that was well within the 30 days, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, because we're talking February 7th for the last request.
Now, as far as the video that you exported, well, let me ask you this. As far as when you were asked to retrieve that video, can you explain sort of mechanically the process of how you got that video and how you delivered that to the troopers?
Yeah, so specifically for the town and the library one, that again, time frame provided, using the manufacturer's software product, doing the search, picking the cameras that are facing the Washington Street side, and then having the time frame and exporting that out. That becomes, depending on the size of it, either a full executable that can just be opened and viewed, or a combination of files that has a player with it. And then based on the fact that we had already put videos together and that material was picked up, I had sent a file share link for that information.
You had sent that file share link to Trooper Dunn, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the video that you reviewed, were you sort of parsing, or were you looking for specific areas, or did you just sort of take the whole time period requested and send that off to the trooper?
As far as I recall, it was the whole time frame, just because we only have 2 cameras or so that physically cover the area in question, and he had 2 separate hours in question as well, so they were able to be exported and sent.
Now, as far as this particular video, this is video only, correct? There's no audio that's attached to these cameras?
Correct, no audio.
Now, as far as access to these cameras and the footage within the cameras, who, if anyone besides yourself, would have access to remove any sort of footage from the cameras?
No one.
No one can remove footage? talking about deleting it or
Now, sir, before
getting copies?
we get to the camera footage specifically, I just want to ask you about another area.
Hmm?
In relation to, also within sort of the ambit of your duties and responsibilities would include GPS on town trucks, correct?
Yes, Public Works has a setup via their radios for GPS information.
And so with regard to that, specifically the DVW trucks, what, if any, information did you receive from anyone at the DVW in relation to those GPS devices within the trucks shortly after the snowstorm from the 28th and the 29th of January?
Yep. So on February 1st, I received notification from the operations manager that the GPS information was not working.
And so you received information after the snowstorm that it wasn't working during the snowstorm, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as that, as far as GPS sort of going down in the DPW trucks, is that abnormal, or how often would that occur?
Yes, it happens several times throughout the year for various reasons. They have a radio repeater. It's connected through a network. It runs software on a server that we have in-house. Server's rebooted, network goes down, things that change for various reasons, and we need to reestablish connection to whatever recorder it is for that repeater, and then the information is then picked up.
Now, taking you back to the Canton Public Library video that you provided to the trooper, were you told anything about sort of any type of vehicle or anything to be looking for within that particular video time frame that they were asking about?
Not that I recall.
Did you recall ever actually watching the video yourself as far as confirming sort of what it was?
Yes, I mean, I watched it from the time frame to see that we had information, watched it just to move forward to the end to make sure there was information, and when the recording, was physically available. But what was in it, no.
May I approach?
Yes.
So we're looking
I'm showing you a disc, just ask you to...
will this be the library
that
footage?
Video from the Canton Public Library, you've seen that video subsequently, is that correct?
This disc with the wording on it?
Yes.
No, I have not seen this.
Not that specific disc, I'm sorry, sir, but the footage, have you been shown that particular video footage?
He's never seen the disc.
That footage before you gave it to the troopers?
This is not mine to the trooper.
Lally, you screwed this up.
May we approach?
You screwed this up, Lally. Oh, man. You should have had him watch this disc out in the hall, or at least this morning, take a glance over it, fast forward through it, say, yep, that's the same one. Now instead you've shown him a DVD he's not familiar with. He's like, I'm not going to testify to something I've never seen. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. They'll get through this one. This is not I don't think it's a huge hang up. They can take him out in the hall. They can take a break and show it to him. Can you identify the defendant in the courtroom today? Nope, they're not here. Yeah. It's funny. It's a gotcha moment because he can't proceed, right? If he can't lay the foundation that allows this video evidence, this security camera to come in, because we're authenticating this video evidence through this witness. If you can't lay the foundation and have him say, yep, this is it, that's what you're watching, we don't get the footage. So there are ways to get around this for sure. But it's funny that they got here and he's called out by his witness. He's like, never seen this before. What will the footage show? Apparently, what they were asked to get was video from the library facing the street. This is them looking for Karen's car, I believe, driving by. And I'm getting a time frame on it too.
All right, so you both agree that this will be the next exhibit?
Yes. Yes.
Stipulated.
Hand that to Madam Court Reporter.
So stipulated without his foundation.
I'm sorry. All right, so the parties agree that this is the next exhibit, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, so they'll still ask him questions while the video's
With
playing.
the court's permission, I would just ask to briefly, publish portions from those.
Hold on. Get Mark.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I want to see this.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first video portion from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. Mr. Jutras, from what's up on the screen, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And as far as the view from this camera, this is from the library, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what we're looking at here, this is the view from the camera as you observed it on the security camera and as you provided it to the trooper, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, do you have is there a laser pointer up on the desk?
It's the end of January, but the Christmas
Are you
lights
familiar
are
with this area as far as the area of Canton?
Yes, yes. Town Hall is right across the street.
And I'm sorry, I stepped right over your words when you were saying that.
Yeah, so Town Hall is right across the street, and the intersection here is at Sherman, and this is Washington, the longer street that you'll see.
So Washington sort of runs parallel with the street, and then Sherman is the street that appears to intersect with Washington.
Correct.
In the area of the Town Hall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down and then just put up the 5 to 6.
Ooh, it just started snowing.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is this essentially the video that you provided to the troopers or you retrieved from the Canton Town Library from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. later on that day of January 29th?
Yes, sir.
And the orientation as far as Washington Street, Sherman Street, that's all the same in reference to the earlier, the camera hasn't moved?
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that.
That's all we get to see? This is further proof that it snowed?
If I may have one moment, Charlie?
Yes.
Hey, Amber, I still have my Christmas lights up in the front of my house. I have not taken them down.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I may proceed, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jutras.
Good afternoon, Attorney.
So confirming the state police, when they contacted you, asked for 2 hours of video footage, right? Between 12 and 1 a.m. on January 29th and between 5 and 6 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You pulled that video footage, or at least arranged for it to be pulled for the state police, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was that you checked the beginning time and the ending time to make sure that you had the right time periods for those 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
But you did not sit down and watch 1 hour of snow falling and or cars driving by the public library, correct?
That is correct.
Didn't
I
do
did
that
not.
for between 12 and 1 or between 5 and 6?
Correct. I did not.
And at the time that you provided the video footage to the state police, did you know whether or not there was any missing footage within those 2 hours?
No. Because again, I did not play every single second of the video.
Understood. It's fair to say, and you're certain, that you did not cut out any of the video footage in those 2 time periods, correct?
Correct. It's motion activated. That's the only piece.
You provided the state police with the raw footage as it existed in your possession at that time, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you knew that the raw footage was only saved for between 30 and 60 days?
That one is less than 30, yes.
Right. Now, as of early February, when you were dealing with the state police, you knew that Karen Reed had been arrested and charged in court, correct?
I do not recall if I had that information.
You knew that there had been a police officer found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
At that time in February, I believe so.
And that likely would have been discussed when the state police called you?
I do not recall the conversation other than asking for video footage for Washington Street.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could just keep if I can't hear you, I guarantee you that these last jurors can't hear you. Could you repeat that last question?
Yep, again, when in the conversation with it, we had the dates and the timeframes, and anything else relative to it, I do not recall specifically what conversation.
Okay. So you don't have a memory of why you were being asked for this?
Correct. I know it was for a motor vehicle accident. Who and what, I do not recall if that was ever mentioned specifically.
Okay. And you would agree with me that as the IT director, you had the ability, if you wanted to download the footage onto some hard drive to preserve it, if you wanted to do that?
Yes.
Did any state trooper ever ask you to download and preserve that footage so that it would exist longer than that 30 to 60 day period?
No.
And so it's fair to say you did not do that, correct?
Correct.
You complied with what they asked you to do?
Yes.
Now, skipping ahead to April 6th of 2023, you were contacted by Michael Proctor, a state trooper investigating this matter, correct?
I do not recall.
Do you recall Michael Proctor asking you to provide to the defense in this case the same raw footage you had previously provided to the state police?
No.
And you don't recall telling him that you couldn't do that because after 30 to 60 days, the footage is gone, correct?
I had a phone call with what I thought was Trooper Dunn asking for another copy of the data and telling him that I did not have it and I couldn't recreate it.
I see. Oh, so you assume
if it was Proctor, but no, I thought I was speaking with Trooper Dunn.
Trooper Dunn was the name that you remembered from February.
Correct. That was the first interaction I had.
And
yes.
When they mentioned state police, you assumed it was the same state police trooper, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that once you shared the footage with the state police in February of 2022, you didn't control what they did with it after that, correct?
Correct.
And you have no personal knowledge about how they preserved it or didn't preserve it, correct?
I'll allow it. Do you have any idea?
No.
And one last question. You cannot testify about whether any video was removed from the footage after you provided it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Nothing further. Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you are all set.
So that last question pointed the finger of blame at either the prosecution or the police.
I do not, Your Honor, no. May we approach this on?
Are we done today? I think we might be done today. It's only 1:30. He was quite smug. That guy was quite happy with himself. Cheryl, we saw the same thing. We'll tell you that that because of the Karen Reed schedule this week, we're going to when Karen Reed is not. When the case is not going forward, like tomorrow, there's no court for Karen Reed tomorrow. We'll be catching up on the other trials. We're watching 2 trials. Keep your notebooks separate and handy so you can stay up to date on each one. We'll be watching the trial from the other place. I'm sorry, I just had a complete. The husband accused of killing his wife. It's a cold case. The hot tub cold case trial. There it is. The name came to me. I got it. Does point to Proctor, that last question. It was ruled inappropriate by the judge. Separate notepads. You can, or you just have separate sections of your books to keep your notes. David Swift. The Not So Swift trial. We're allowed to take notes. Did I neglect to tell you you could take notes? You can take notes, and I guess it's a little late to tell you. You can also ask questions.
So
you are unmuted.
In fairness, I didn't tell the lawyers that I was hoping to go until 4:30 today, and I understand, as sometimes happens with law enforcement witnesses, they get called away. So That's it for today. Now, next week, I would like to go as much as we possibly can on the days that we're here for full days. So Monday is a full day. I would like to go until 4:30 if everybody
10
can.
hours, Judge.
With
10
the
hours.
shortened
Let's do
lunch
it.
hour. Tuesday, we're not in session. Wednesday is a full day again. We'll go
Another
right till
10 hours.
4:30 with the shortened lunch. Thursday is a half day, maybe even closer to 12. And Friday, we will not be in session. So those are dates that we gave you before. So we will get as much done as we possibly can during that period of time. Okay, so those
So
same
Monday,
cautions,
Wednesday, and Thursday
please
this
do not
week.
discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. You've got a few days off. Just disregard this case. Don't think about it. Leave everything here and have a great few days. We'll see you next month.
All rise for the court, please.
It's time. Jurors out. But I like independent research. Yes, that's where we get all our good information. We are going back to the hot tubs, the hot tub cold case, which has had a lot of facial expressions going on here. What is up here? I'm surprised by the early break.
And for scheduling, I will actually see you over here for scheduling purposes.
For scheduling purposes, we're going to wait around to see if they have anything else to say. Let's have red, yellow, and blue head to the corner, please. The lukewarm tub case. We'll be showing today's on Wednesday because we stay 24 hours behind in court time. So Tuesday we'll have a very long day, and then so we'll always be a day behind. That's the plan. But the good news is we get to skip the breaks. It's a nice bag. That leather, or is that a bag or is that a satchel? I think it's more than a briefcase. No, she does not go back to jail. She is out on bond. So she walks in and walks out on her own free will. Yeah, she looked surprised, I think, when they said they wouldn't have trial on Friday. Kelly, I think the short days have to do with like pre-existing scheduling conflicts with things that have to happen. You know, this isn't the only trial the court handles. There are other things that need to happen, and this courtroom might have been booked or in use for something else. Yes, RA is not in custody currently. If that changes, you'll know. The cameras are very different. She froze mid-motion. This case will take forever. Let's see, we're on day 18. That puts us, it's supposed to take 6 to 8 weeks, right? Waiting to see if anything comes of this. Few people sticking around in the court. Couple media members haven't left yet. A couple family members on each side. Other than that, sort of sparse in the courtroom right now. 68 weeks. That would be worse. This question comes up every once in a while. It's ridiculously long. So long that it makes you want to never be a juror just in case that might happen to you. But OJ was a long one. Wasn't that like 9 months? It took forever. I think with OJ, not with him specifically, but in other families, children were conceived and born during that trial. Love to know what they're discussing. Hopefully they give us a little bit of information before they bail on the stream for the day. Could have been in an email. Conceived, born, and became alternate jurors. Yes. Wonder what they're talking about here. Can hear the judge's voice very faintly. It's interesting. We've got people seated on both sides of that black tape. I guess they only reserve part of it for the family. Longest trial in the U.S. was 919 days, the McMartin preschool trial. Oh, my goodness. Case lasted 7 years. Trial lasted 3 years. Karen's like frozen in the drinking position. Did somebody play the pause game and do so really badly? I think so. I think we're done. This is it. It's over. It's over. That was it. All right. What's the pause game? Lenovo, we don't play the pause game a ton here, mostly because we don't normally stop court to talk about things. A lot of other channels on LawTube will play a portion of court and then stop and talk about it. When they stop it, wherever they stop it, whatever the people are saying or doing, that's referred to as the pause game. And sometimes you'll get like a juror who's like, or not a juror, but like a witness who's like, like one of those weird faces. They're like, it only happened for an instant. But that was the moment that they clicked pause. And a few people, I think Rob's notorious for for getting some unfortunate pauses. He'll always try to make it right. Doesn't want to treat people badly on the pause game. But all right, anything you guys want to talk about for today? I know CrimeCon is over. A lot of people are traveling back today, or over the weekends they were traveling back. Ian's pause game. I can do one better. I can do one better than pause game. I can do slow motion in reverse, which can be brutal, frame by frame. All right, here's what needs to happen. We're looking at another case that's coming up that we're trying to request access to, so I've got some paperwork to fill out and send down to court today. We have, Eddie, where's CrimeCon next year? Eddie, where is it? Where? Let me know. I mean, I could Google this, but since you know when you're here, I was just going to ask you. CrimeCon 25. Gonna beat you to it. Beat you to it. Let's see. Moscow? No. Upcoming events. It's in Denver. Rocky Mountain High. When I worked for the federal government, I would frequently be reminded that if we ever had to travel to states where marijuana was legal for consumption, that as a federal employee, I was reminded that federally it's still illegal. Ayden mentioned it. Denver. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it posted on their page yet. It just says Nashville. It was in Nashville in 2018. It was in Nashville in 2024. Interesting. Denver is a fun place. Yeah, it's not bad. I like it. Where does the ticket money go? A lot of it goes to renting the convention place. A lot of it goes to probably paying a couple high-profile people to be there. I'm just saying. It's one thing. There might be some money that goes there. Probably lines the pockets to the CrimeCon coffers. Yes. It's in Denver. Book your tickets now, right? Sierra Bear sounds like it's headed to your neck of the woods. What's happening next year in Denver? Are there any big court cases coming up in Denver that we know of? Next year, obviously, Brian Koberger. We've got Corey Richens, most likely going to be next year. Let's see who else. So that's in Idaho and Utah. I know. When will be Lori Vallow? She's going to be in Arizona, right? I'll be doing a live stream from a local Denver head shop. No. CrimeCon is a private thing, so it's run by a private company, and so they can make as much money as they want. They can sell it for as much as they want, and as long as people buy it, that's the beauty of capitalism. They get to keep as much of the money as they don't have to pay in bills. Next year's is in September. Ooh, I like that. I like September. That would be beautiful. Yeah, it might be a little early for fall colors, but I don't think I'd know my way into or out of a dispensary. We need a CrimeCon and RA Airbnb. No, we've got a guest who wants to be here for a couple months. We're excited about that. That would work perfectly for us. The foliage is gorgeous. Did I say it right? Foliage. Greeners, you're mocking me in the foliage. It's foliage, right? You guys ripped me apart on this one once. I've said foliage my entire life, and nobody has given me a hard time over it until you guys come along and say foliage. Foliage. It's not a word. Let's see, not sure if it's pushed out, but Lori has complex case management hearing on the 5th. We'll keep an eye on that and see when that happens. Still waiting on word for Sarah Boone's actual court date. I think she has a pretrial scheduled. We're still waiting on word for the movement of the Brian Koberger trial, which I think they have another hearing before that will be announced.
But we think we're going to get a change of venue in that one, probably to the Boise area. It just makes sense more than anything else. I also think they're not going to move it to another county where they haven't done one of those phone call, test the waters, who's, like the whole survey thing that the defense team was doing. I don't think they'll move it to a county they haven't done that. I know they've done it in Boise. I know they've done it in, I think it was Bannock County. I just don't see it going anywhere other than one of those two. So it's going to be Ada County or Bannock County, and Bannock County is like across the state, too far away. It's going to be Boise. Boise. See, Sarah Boone is calling on Friday, 7th of June. That's a pretrial hearing, right? Let's see. CrimeCon takes volunteers. I volunteered with them, and they said, no, thanks, we don't want you. I said, well, fine, I don't want you either. Yes, I saw the picture of the Jeeps. Hey, it looks like we've got...
Call from
Mr. Wisconsin.
So I'm now talking, you guys. I'm now talking to the world's richest man after he made the amazing deal today and bought Berkshire Hathaway A at $165 a share. It promptly jumped up to $660,000 a share, and you sold. So, Ivan, what are you going to do with your windfall?
I'm sad to say my limit order at 186 did not fill for some reason. The order was canceled. I did not get in before the glitch. I can only imagine, that's just anybody who owns a lot of that has obviously owned it forever. Can you imagine just the guys who check their portfolio every morning and saw that they had nothing before they figured out the glitch? My favorite stat of that was there's a tracker for world's wealthiest people in real time. And you want to know that Warren Buffett's net worth, even after losing 99.9% of his net worth, was still $1.3 billion?
I'm looking at on my little stock meter. It's dropped down to 626,000 a share. So huge drop today. But there was a point where it lost 99.6% of its value briefly in a hiccup. It wasn't an actual exchange. They're probably going to reverse all the things that happened during that. But
doesn't that just prove that like how does a stock have a 99% hiccup? Doesn't that just prove it's all programmed and just a big casino like everybody says?
It's magic, and were this a finance show, we would talk about it more. But talk to me about today, about Karen Reed. What are you thinking?
Well, I was going to ask if you saw that Corey Richards got some new attorneys. Did you see that?
Yes, she had to. They had to release her other attorneys because there was a conflict of interest that was non-waivable that came to light as a result of the other case, which is civil. I think it involves her kids' custody. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there. But something came to light as a result of that they discovered this non-waivable issue and had to bail.
Yes. She decided to, it took her about 2 days of not having an attorney she had some comments on Dateline. Did you see that? She had some recordings that she released to Dateline. Nothing really.
Okay, I will tell you that before, her attorneys were saying, you don't talk to the press. Zero. No, we're not giving you anybody access. You don't talk to the press. Her attorneys said, we have to quit. You need to assign new ones. And after they quit and the judge assigned new ones, she went, oh, I'm free to talk. And she started talking to the press. Right. It was awful for the next lawyers. Like, why would you do that? Your last lawyers gave you good advice, but she went out and she did talk. So
people can't help themselves, and a high profile case. She was going to have no shortage of takers to publish that. There really wasn't anything too detailed in there. I did think it was interesting that she categorized the fact that her lawyers leaving was neither her or their decision, which makes zero sense. Like it has to be somebody's decision, and. So you're saying that there was
She's really good at passing the buck, according to the letters I've read, like the wag the dog. She's she's blaming other people for things that I think might not be their fault. So I think if we do find out more about that, there might be some blame that maybe she even has a portion of.
Well, maybe, yeah. The only part of that trial that I'm interested in knowing more details about before I completely prejudge her is I do want to know how real her husband's addiction issues were, because I've said this before. I don't think that some of the ways that she was describing, his behavior can just be made up. Like, there has to be something there. And
I have not heard what his addiction is. Apparently there are some pictures somewhere of him passed out a couple different times. We know he did at least consume some alcohol, but that's not an indication that there was any sort of consumption, abuse of alcohol that went on, because it was a Moscow Mule.
Yeah, I'm not worried about his alcohol use.
I'm
more interested in his opiate use, because just some of the ways and methods that she was describing, the concealment and the minimization of it seemed very on point and seemed very articulate and real as far as somebody who struggles with addiction. And so I think I think she probably just used that as her method to do what she did. Not to say that he, OD'd on his own. I think that was probably her green light because she knew of these existing issues. But to me, that's the only real unknown is because if you don't have any addiction issue, to me, it seems sort of silly to assume that he didn't have any opiate use, because why would she choose a method of, murder that's going to obviously show up in a tox screen? She obviously put that fentanyl in the drink if that's what happened because of the prior existing dependency, right? Because that way it would look real or look authentic that he accidentally OD'd on his own.
Yeah.
So to me, that's the only. So
well, even in those letters, she's pretty much got her own confession that she's used, or at least had some experience with some drugs, even the milder ones like marijuana, and that she only did that when her husband wanted her to. So I'm guessing there is some drug use in that relationship at some point. Probably more than what we know, or in one case, and less than what we know in the other. But it'll be interesting to see more details come out there for sure. That's one case that I
Why did you have sand in your car? What were you doing this weekend?
Went to the beach on Saturday. We took the kids down by Wilmington, which is
no metal detecting.
I took the metal detector, but I didn't bring it out with me. I left it in my car. I wasn't sure if it was legal, because there's some islands where like if you have a metal detector just on your person, they just lock you up for the rest of your life. They're like, no, don't take trash off our beach. We're protecting the trash. I don't know what.
Well, now see arbitrary bans like that. Who's enforcing that? Do they put your picture up on a pole somewhere?
No. They will find you. They will find you, and they will lock you up. And no one will ever hear of you again. It will be, it's not come visit me type thing. It's like, what happened to RA? Nobody knows.
I've been thrown out of nicer places than a beach that I've returned to. So I just wonder how these lifetime bans actually work, because the same people who are monitoring that facility aren't going to be there in 3 years.
Let me say this. It's a national shoreline. That means it's feds. The feds are involved. And that's, I think for you, that's all I need to say. The feds are involved. They'll get you.
You're my favorite former Fed. Okay?
I was never a Fed. I was always a contractor. I worked for them. I did their dirty work, but I was not one of them.
Which is ironic, because that was sort of my role with the old group that I hung with. I was not actually a licensed member. I was just somebody who. So we had the same roles.
Slight difference regarding legality. I would take issue on what I did and what was legal, and what you did and what was legal. But that's all. Anyway.
Right on. Well, my egg is up, so I got to go.
Ivan, you need to do lives other than my nap time on Sunday afternoons. I'm never going to catch one if you keep doing them in the evenings on a Sunday. I'm out. I'm down for the count. That's when I catch up on all the sleep I didn't get during the week. So one day.
Hey, no worries, man.
I'll catch you.
It'll be a grand day when you make your entrance, all right?
It will be. It's got to be Sunday other than Sunday afternoons. Ivan, good talking to you, my friend.
Can't wait for that coverage to be shown by your opponent for mayor.
Oh man! If I ever, I did say I was going to run for mayor next time. At least I'll consider it. But
I'll be your fixer. I've already put my name in.
I don't think that's how politics works down here. You would get further here by just doing a barbecue, cook a pig, Okay, cook a pig and give out free food. You'd get more votes that way than having all the muscle guys with the bats and the the dark hoods.
Does your town have a city administrator as well as the mayor? Because at that point, the mayor is just sort of like a figurehead, right?
Let's see. I think we do have an administrator that's probably way overpaid as well.
Yeah, well, that's the actual job. Like the mayor is just sort of like it's sort of like the modern day monarchy where they're considered as something, but they're just nothing. So anyway, that's my political talk of the day. Yeah. Everybody have a great day. Love you guys.
Thanks. We'll see you, Ivan. Bye. Oh man, good stuff. All right. We're going to break here because I have to go. Pickles. Yes. Can I run for mayor without it being politics? Does it have to, just because it's a political office, does it have to be political? Can't I just be like everybody's friend and serve the entire community? Do I have to like choose a side? Asking for a friend. Anyway, we are done for the day. I've got to run to the mail. I know Kim says I've got a package I have to go pick up. How about the people who carve obscene things in their bushes, Mr. Mayor? Hey, I think freedom of expression is yeah, that would be funny if I ever ran for an office and somebody was able to dig up those pictures from my Facebook page back in no, just kidding, I won't tell them where they are. But they're like, do you really want the FU tree guy as your mayor? I think that would actually win me more votes. I think it would. Anyway, fun story. All right. What world do you live in? All right. We've had fun today. We're going to call it a break. It's very early, but tomorrow we're going to have a lot of good juiciness in the hot tub. What is it? The hot tub cold case. That's what it was. I was thinking slow, but it's Swift. Hot tub cold case Swift trial. And I've got paperwork to do. And you guys, as much as the paperwork is a pain in the butt and it takes a lot of time in my focus, if we don't do the paperwork, it doesn't get us access to the courts that we want. And we want access to these courts. So possible death penalty case we're looking at right now. So that's going to be fun if we can get in there. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe to go live again tomorrow morning between sometime 8:30 and 9. Somewhere in that realm. We are behind on the hot tub cold case, so we might do high speed. We might do a catch up, 1.25 speed. It might be a very long day, seeing how far we can get caught up. But either way, we're going to have a lot of court tomorrow to follow, and it's going to be wonderful. It's going to be great. We aren't doing Karen Reed tomorrow. No Karen Reed tomorrow. She's not in court tomorrow. Nope. So, turn the bell on. I think we need to find another case to watch over on Top Mark as well. I like having a second case over there that we can just sort of follow loosely. It's a lot of fun. So if you guys see something out there that's open to the public as far as media goes, let me know. Till tomorrow, you guys be good to each other. Thank you so much. It's been a lot of fun. Have a wonderful Monday. It's been a long weekend, but work week's here again. Got to buckle down. Tomorrow's going to be our first day where we do everything perfect on the open. I really messed it up this morning. But I've still got a couple plugs like this one here. Like, why is that unplugged? Why is that just sitting there? We've got some things to fix here. You guys have a good one. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Because he's the guy.